Hi friends! Welcome back to my channel. I'm Xoxo, this is Xoxo Tarot, and in today's Pick a Heart card deck tarot reading, we are doing a highly requested video that I'm finally delivering on, which is we are going to be looking at your future or current spouse / life partner. So as you can see, we have a lot to cover today, and I'm very excited. I hope you are hungry because I have a feast ready for you. And this reading is for whether you are currently with someone or not. So we are going to start by looking at who is the one for you and what will your overall partnership dynamic be like with them. Now, if you're already married, this is the energy check, and this is where you're going to be like, oh yeah, this is my partner, or oh no, this isn't my partner. However, if you are married and quite unhappy in that, and you get one where you're like, this sounds like who I want to be with, none of my business, do what you want, go with God, but you don't know me and you weren't here, and that's none of my business. If you are currently seeing someone that you feel is the one, then you can use this video as a way to check if that is the case, if it resonates, if it matches. If you have no idea who you're going to be with in the future, then take who is the one to maybe not represent a specific person, but someone who embodies those traits, or embodies the traits of someone who sounds like they could be the one for you. And then what you want to do is really just ask yourself, like, does this sound right? Does this sound good? Is this the type of person I would want to be married or in a long-term partnership with? And then that's the answer for you. If you get yourself, pick another group. Because I do not want to hear, I guess I'm going to get married to myself, and in the comments, because y'all do that, and I know you do, and with peace and love. I say this in every video, and just some of you, God bless you, you have, listening comprehension is not your strength. So for those of you that are listening to me right now, you poor things, you have to listen to me say this over and over. So if you do encounter it in the comment section, feel free to remind them. Maybe they need a little personal guidance of, hey, you can just pick a different group. This is not a matter of you picking the right deck. This is a matter of you picking the energy that is like, yes, this is the one for me. And it might take you more than one group. These decks and crystals are beautiful. That's absolutely okay. If you want to hear about yourself, go right ahead. But I wouldn't be shocked that your future or current spouse has excellent taste as well. Like, come on, love that for them, love that for you. But if you are hearing about someone that is the one for you and you're like, ew, I don't want to be with that person, like that's not what I want, then pick a different group, because the universe is not going to force you to be with someone you don't want to be with. Marriage is and should be a choice, especially in this day and age. So with that being said, that will be the energy check. And so if you find the right group where you're like, yep, that person sounds like the one for me, that person literally is the one for me, and that is our relationship, or that does sound like the dynamic we have, then we're going to get into the tarot. And that is where we are going to look at what core values will you both live by in your marriage partnership. We're going to look at how will this partnership be healing for you both. We're going to look at something unique / special about this partnership that Spirit wants to highlight. Obviously, if you're already with this person, then these are things that you will already know and be confirmed, or maybe spoken to in a way you haven't heard them before. Then we're going to get into guidance. And I know it looks like we're doing a lot more, but it's just that the guidance this time is more specific. So the first thing we're going to be looking at is what will being together teach you both about love. Then we're going to look at how will you know this person is the one / signs you will see. Then we're going to look at what you can do to manifest this person into your life, or if you're already with them, what can you do to manifest a goal you're both already working on or have set the intention to work on. Then we're going to finish off with some final guidance about your partnership. And then we're going to go into the extended, which is going to be linked down below on Vimeo. And if you want to support me and are grateful, definitely go check out the extended. We have a lot of fun over there. And thank you to everyone who hypes them up, because they are so much fun. If you think I am chaotic and dirty on this, you should see me over there. It's a whole different ballgame. Anyway, so what we're going to be covering on Vimeo. To start, we're going to look at what is destined to happen when you first meet, and if you already know each other, what is destined to happen next. Then we're going to look at how will they know you're the one. And if you're already with them, it might be cool to see how they knew you were the one. Then we will be looking at their favorite way to show you love, or what will be their favorite way. Then we're going to go into the 18+ zone and ask a couple spicy questions. So the first one we're going to do is how would they or will they describe your physical connection, what would they say in their own words? Then we're going to look at what will they always find irresistible about you. Like no matter how much time passes, what about you will always get them going. And then we will look at what desires / fantasies do they want to explore with you, or will they want to explore with you? Then we're gonna completely switch gears and we're gonna ask what will or are their friends / families, like what will their opinion of you be overall, genuinely, or generally and genuinely. And then last, we are going to look at what is a promise to you that they will always keep. So I'm so excited to do this reading today. Don't overthink it, trust your gut, and I hope you guys will enjoy this reading as much as I will likely enjoy doing it. I haven't started it yet, but I'm really excited about these questions. I do think they're quite excellent, and glad I have such excellent people to read for. So we have 4 different groups for you to choose from today. And starting with group number 1, we are going to be using the Tarot of Tales. And I have this petrified wood heart on top. And then for group number 2, we are going to be using the Moonchild Tarot, and I have this lemon calcite heart on top. Then for group number 3, we are going to be using the Gothmancy Tarot, and I have this rainbow crystal heart on top. And then finally, for group number 4, we are going to be using the Dive Tarot, and I have this Angelite heart on top. So go ahead and pause the video if you need to decide which pile you feel most drawn to. Like I said, it's absolutely okay to pick more than one. Maybe there are potential different options of who you could potentially be with, or maybe you find yourself in one group and need to switch it up and find your person. It's absolutely okay. I certainly hope you find something in here, but if not, it's absolutely okay. I do have other readings like this. Maybe you might want to try one of them, but I'm really excited about this reading today. I hope you guys like it as much as I do. Intro squad, tell me, actually, wait, we got to get into our Make-A-Wish portion. So intro squad, tell me, what is a quality that you have in your partner that you love, if you're already asked about someone that you're in with, or what is a quality in a partner that you are that you desire to have or want to have? I would love to hear that. So we are going to be using the Lover's Candle today. As per usual, all my candles on Angelic Magic 888 site, use code ASO10 for 10% off. If you're unfamiliar, each candle comes with a mini tarot card inside, so that is what we are going to use as our mini reading, and we're gonna make a wish together. So welcome if you haven't been here before. And intro squad, if you don't want to answer that, I would also be curious, what is something special someone has done for you that has made you feel very loved? I would love to hear about that as well. Obviously, we're using the Lover's Candle. I mean, come on, what other candle would we use? So, ooh, interesting. Okay, we have the 5 of Swords, and every Lover's Candle does come with a little mini rainbow charm. So we'll get into this in a second, but I'm gonna find my lighter. And we're just gonna take a second, and I want you to focus on the candle, focus on your wish and your intentions for it. Just picture the energy of your wish entering the candle in any way you want. You can even pause the video to focus extra hard. And I'm going to take a second. I'll probably take the little rainbow charm out. May yours, mine, and all of our wishes come true. Thank you for making a wish with me. I just realized I forgot to put on my rings, but that's okay. I'll do that later. Okay, so let's talk about the 5 of Swords, and I actually think this makes a lot of sense. So there are gonna be some of you coming to this reading, and you're gonna be like, well, I just don't believe there's really anyone out there for me. True love doesn't exist, or the right person out there for me, who knows? And that's all thought. None of that is heart. And with the 5 of Swords being here, there's a real message about not shooting yourself in the foot and not pushing away a wonderful thing or pushing away a desire because you think it can't happen or you think you'll get burned. It's natural to be self-protective. It's natural to, believe or struggle with the idea that we could truly be loved as much as we could love someone else. And think about it. I'm sure you're the type of person that can look at someone else and be like, well, yeah, of course they deserve real love, and I'm sure real love is out there. But you really have to ask yourself, why don't I believe about that? Why don't I believe that for myself? And really address that, because that belief might be subconsciously, might be getting in the way of your ability to bring this person in. Now, I guess there's also an important factor that sometimes, no matter how much we want someone to be the one for us, they don't end up being that. You know, they can be the one for us in a period of time. They could be the one for us at that moment in time, but as things change, it's different. And that doesn't mean you were wrong. It just means what was the one for you, or who was the one for you then, is different than now. Sometimes it's forever and sometimes it's not, and that's okay. I think that there are a lot of ideas that we have about love that stem from ego and stem from fear and stem from conclusions we make when we're dealing with unhealed pain. And also, if you've never witnessed true love connections or marriages that have lasted, of course it's easy to believe that that isn't real, especially if you don't have evidence. I will say from personal experience, part of the reason why I'm so picky is because my parents have been married for over 30 years, and they still love each other just as much as they did the day they were married, if not probably even more. Their relationship has blossomed. Like, I feel like it's gone through a complete rebirth since, you know, my siblings and I have been out of the house. Like, you know, they really are slaying the empty nester life, and they're always doing fun stuff and sending it to me. And like, my dad adores my mom and is just truly so appreciative of all that she's done to help and support the family. And like, I'm not going to go in and gush, but what I will say is that true love and true partnership is real. It does exist. I've seen it for myself. You know, I've had the blessing of being raised in a house filled with unconditional love, and that is a blessing and a privilege unlike any other. So if you've had that, I'm gonna cry, but like, if you've had that, just know like how blessed you are. And feel free to share your own stories of love, like with your family or with your parents, or with love stories you've seen. And for those of you that feel like it's not real or feel like it can't happen for you, just know whatever your experiences in love have been, whatever types of love you've seen around you, just because you haven't seen before doesn't mean it can't happen. And just because you're a work in progress doesn't mean you're not already good enough. And I feel like with this Five of Swords, there's a need for some of you to change how you think about love, in terms, because love is not a thought, it's a feeling. It's also a choice. It's a lot of things, right? But one of the biggest things is like, okay, yes, of course we have that. You need to love yourself, but you don't need to be perfect. You don't need to be healed. You just need to be yourself. And the right person will come along in the perfect time, in the perfect way. And sometimes we need to experience a couple things that aren't for us to know what is for us. Sometimes we have to go through life experiences. Everybody's journey is different. And there's a message here about remembering that your story is not going to be like anyone else's. Don't jump to conclusions because of what someone else has, and don't make assumptions about what other people are experiencing in their relationships. You know, you might look at other people in relationships and think like that they are goals or that they're what you want. It's like, why do they have it and I don't? When in reality, you may have no idea that maybe they're secretly miserable. Maybe it's not as great as you think, or maybe it is as great as you think, but you have a feeling like it's being denied to you, or that there's something wrong, when in reality just the pieces haven't come together yet. You know, I'm a big proponent that for some people there is just a one true love, and for others there could be many ones. There could be ones at different time in different ways, and we're all different. And there is no need to jump to conclusions about unknown factors that you have yet to meet. In fact, that just closes pathways that could bring you to what you truly desire faster and easier. So one thing I'm actually going to recommend to you is that if you have reservations about love, and it's about a long-term partnership around marriage, and that's something you truly desire, to really ask yourself what beliefs you have, especially what negative beliefs you have about why you can't have love, why that won't happen, or why you're not lovable. Because I promise you, with the right person at the right time, no matter what you need to work on or no matter how you need to grow, you will find that you are just as lovable and exactly who you need to be in order to make this happen. You know, there's so many healing opportunities that come through partnership. And another message that I'm getting is for those of you that are currently in relationships with people who you want to be the one, but you're left miserable. You don't feel loved. You don't feel cared for. You find yourself being manipulated or used. Number one, if there is any ABUSE, I will link resources down below to seek help about that. And just know that, like, that is not something you should blame yourself for. That is not something that is your fault. But ABUSE is not love, and it never will be. It is a hard, challenging, complex, nuanced situation that I do not have the tools to help you through. But just know that nobody ever deserves that. And you do not have to settle for that, or settle for the belief that that's what love looks like for you, or that you are protecting others by staying in that situation, because that's not true. Your protection matters just as much as anyone else's, and nobody should ever have to go through that. And for others, you might just be maybe in a toxic relationship, or in a relationship where maybe things really aren't even that toxic, but maybe you're just not happy. Maybe you feel like you're not satisfied, or and I mean, that there can be nuance there, but maybe you just feel like your needs aren't being met, or you guys aren't connecting, or it's like maybe love isn't what's keeping you together. Maybe a commitment isn't what is keeping you together, but maybe it's fear or attachment. I feel like you really have to ask yourself, what are your intentions for being here, and who are you making decisions for? Are you making decisions out of fear of hurting someone else, or are you making decisions because you're afraid of losing what you already have? One thing I do genuinely believe in is that when we let go what isn't for us, we make room for what is for us to come through. And sometimes maybe that means that we gotta experience more of what isn't for us until we do experience what isn't for us, until we experience what truly is for us. There's no formula. And I think, like, what this is really saying is that you are not a bad person, and you are not a failure if a relationship or if something doesn't work out. And also, you are allowed to end something especially if it interferes with your personal safety, or if it depletes your life and makes life harder and drains you. I think that we all have different values when it comes to love, and different ideas of, a marriage can work and there could be no love in it at all. Maybe it's functional, maybe it's business. And if you're both happy, hey, if that works for you, go for it. But also, if your heart yearns for more, if you don't feel loved, if you don't feel cherished, if you don't feel respected, you don't have to settle for less. And I think that every single person that came to the mini reading all has an idea about your lovability, or about what is possible for you, that may be selling yourself short and keeping you stuck in places that you've been wanting to move out of for a long time. And I think the thing is it's not about what you need to do. It's about how you need to shift your perspective, and what you need to see about yourself to realize that you're already good enough, that you're already lovable, that you're already worthy. The fact that you have a beating heart and a precious mind and a wonderful body, like all these things, no matter what you have, no matter what's going on with you, there is someone out there that I genuinely believe that will love you and cherish you. But I think it's important that you believe that too, because if you never do, it might be right in front of your face and you might push it away. And and this always happens in love readings too, where people will come in and be like, well, there's nothing wrong with being single, and there's nothing wrong with doing your own thing. Absolutely. But there's also nothing wrong with wanting love and wanting partnership. We're social creatures, and partnership has been pretty foundational for a long time. And in our day in life, like in today's world, like, we have more freedom than ever to be who we are in love, to say yes or no to what we want. There is more awareness around behavioral dynamics. There is more awareness. There's more opportunities to connect and meet and explore and grow. And there's way less pressure to make this happen than there was, even like 20 years ago. Like, we've never had more freedom in life to make that happen. And I think that there's this recognition that you need to have, that the world is far more expansive than your mind could ever consciously comprehend. There are so many more opportunities, and there are so many ways that miracles and love could find you. And yes, it can find you in many other ways, but in many ways other than a loving partner. But if that is what a type of love you want to experience, the universe will not deny you. Obviously, there's no answer to how things will turn out or what will happen. Life is all about the journey, right? But don't push that opportunity away out of fear of being hurt. Part of the heart's job is to be stretched and experience highs and lows. And I feel like we all are well familiar with the lows, but not all of us get to experience the highs and the beautiful things the heart can experience, and the things that make the pain worth it in the end. The things that remind you, like, you know, I think of this song, this lyric from Justin Bieber's song Lifetime, which, like, I will not take Justin Bieber slander in the chat. That album that it's on is fire. And the lyric goes, I would walk that broken road time and time again to be led to your hello. And so just know, no matter how low you go, no matter what you go through, no matter what you have to go through, you are always lovable. It is okay to make mistakes. It is okay to be messy. It is not okay to use me as a scapegoat if you have to get out of a situation. Don't be bringing that shit to me. That's happened before. I don't appreciate it. But you are in charge of your own decisions, and you have to trust yourself and trust your gut, and not let your fears, your ego, or your negative beliefs about yourself or about the world or how it is stop you, because that's going to be the ultimate limiting factor between you having what you truly desire and you believing it's not out there for you or it's not meant for you. And I feel like no matter what, no matter who you are, just know that it's okay to choose yourself. It's okay to not know what to do. It's okay to make mistakes. It's okay to be flawed. You are just as lovable. And part of this game of life, this experience of life, is to love, is the Karens kind of had it right. Like, it is to live, laugh, and love. Like, not to be a kitchen wall. But that is a huge part of life. And you can have those beautiful experiences. And I think with this Five of Swords here, you know, if you are in a happy relationship, or if you're dealing with someone that's just making you feel unloved, there is a message here about, that's not your relationship partner. I think there is a message here about recognizing that you don't have to put up with that. And that in this case, like, don't shoot yourself in the foot. Don't sell yourself short, but also don't accept behavior that isn't respectful, that doesn't uplift you. And pay attention to how you feel around people. Because if you constantly feel drained, if you constantly feel like you're stuck and like you can't move forward, and you are in a relationship, you know, it takes two people to be in a relationship, and pay attention to that. Just because you've experienced rejection, betrayal, loss, doesn't mean that will happen in every time. Also doesn't mean it won't happen in the future. But with this reading, it is my intention to look at a long-term partnership or a spouse. And I'm hoping that it will give you more confidence and give you the ability to trust in whatever the universe brings you, and trust in your ability to navigate the unknown with enough clarity and with enough confidence in yourself when you have a lack of clarity, to realize you can handle whatever comes your way. And as long as you're not disrespecting yourself, betraying yourself, allowing behavior that doesn't make you feel loved, allowing behavior that violates you, harms you, that doesn't honor you, you're doing a pretty good job. And if you are in that situation, don't settle for it or believe for a second that you deserve that, because you don't. And please do yourself a favor and seek help, because you deserve help, you deserve support, and nobody deserves to be unloved. And the more of us human beings that can be in loving, genuine partnership and relationships, when we're single and when we're with other people, the more we can show others that that sort of love is possible, and show others that may not have the awareness or wisdom yet to realize that genuine love does exist, that you don't have to wear a mask, you don't have to be someone you're not, you don't have to play a game, you can just be you, and be kind, be loving, and watch magic happen, and show others that we don't have to be so guarded, we don't have to believe the world is so dog eat dog. We can be part of the loving change in the world, and show people that, you know, not everyone is out to get you, not everyone is out to hurt you, and that in fact, you know, most of us deep down really do have a good, genuine heart, and we're all just doing our best, and that's okay. And you're doing your best, and you're doing great, and I love you. Stop letting your brain be mean to you is the moral of the story, and stop convincing yourself that behavior that does not respect you and that does not uplift you is acceptable. And don't settle for something that really, really drains you, or makes you feel terrible, or makes you feel unloved, or makes you feel gross or stuck, because you're doing both of you a disservice by staying in a situation like that. Whew, mini message. That was probably a full-blown reading, but my intro squad, thank you for being there with me. I'm gonna go ahead and get into the reading now. So like I said, go ahead and scroll down to the comment section or the description box where all the timestamps will be down below. We got a big boy to get through, so I will see you in your reading. Hi there, Pile 1. Welcome to your reading, and thank you so much for being here. If you guys chose the Petrified Wood Heart and the Tarot of Tails, this is going to be your reading on your future or current spouse. If you have questions about this person, I go way into the intro as usual. If you get yourself or what sounds like yourself, maybe stick around if you do feel like those qualities are someone that you would be with. They could be indicative of mirroring, but if that's not what you're interested in, definitely pick a different group. So full breakdown in the intro per usual, but we're gonna start by looking at who the one is for you and what your partnership dynamic will be like. So to start, we have Gnosis, we have Buffalo, and we have the Empress. And then in terms of what your overall relationship dynamic will be like, we have Venus, we have Great Dane, serene, kind, consistent, and we have I wish we'd reconnect. Okay, this is beautiful. You're gonna love this person, and there might be aspects where this sounds like you, and that would make sense, because one of the things you're gonna love about this, oh my god, stop. Okay, if you ever this person, not to even be dramatic, is an enigma wrapped in a riddle, wrapped in cash. That is a Real Housewives. Whoa. And they were like, and I'm gonna confirm that. Not in a obnoxious way. They are definitely abundant. Even if when you meet them, they don't have much to their name, they are abundant in how they live and will likely attract it. And it's likely that you both will attract a lot of abundance together. The fact that we have Gnosis here, this is someone who never stops learning. They are deep, they are philosophical, they are inquisitive, but they are not out in left field in Looney Town. This is someone who is deeply spiritual, yet not at risk of experiencing spiritual psychosis, which is a very real thing, and beware. They are both spiritual and yet practical, grounded, yet ethereal, and they are powerful. I mean, they might be quite big in stature, maybe quite hairy physically, if that's what you're into, but this could also just be representative of someone who has a very powerful energy, a magnetic aura, somebody who, and maybe some people might even take this energy for granted or take this type of person for granted because they don't really get to take the time to get to know them. But I definitely think this is a rare type of person and someone where after you meet them or after you get to know them, you're gonna be like, oh my god, like they fit me so well, and also like they're so interesting, because this is somebody who's never going to have set personality traits. They're constantly going to be evolving and constantly growing. This is someone who finds wisdom and finds strength in all of life's occurrences. And this could be someone who is the most like masculine type person in the world, but when they are with you, they're going to be so soft and gentle, affectionate, generous. Like they are just going to be the sweetest to you. And it makes this relationship dynamic make sense. This person could actually practice Gnosticism. They're going to be very deep and philosophical and appreciate life's mysteries. That's likely something that you guys will get into really early on when you meet each other. That's probably going to be one of the things that makes you guys really want to get close to one another. I'm also hearing that like maybe there might be a time where you meet this person and they're avoidant of those topics, and actually later on in life, they come back around, or later on they open up to it and you have a lot more to talk about and are able to connect more deeply. This is the writer that never stops writing. This is the painter that never stops painting, the reader that never stops reading, the questioner that never stops asking, the thinker that never stops thinking, and the lover that never stops loving. Hey, and they are going to absolutely love and adore you. And they're always going to be somebody who surprises you. They're going to surprise you, but they're also going to be there for you. And move mountains and obstacles for you that you could never imagine. Like, I feel like the both of you could talk about nothing or anything for hours. And I think one thing that they will really love is that they will get to be the softest version of themselves with you. They will feel so safe, and also they will find you in general just adorable and precious. And those are, like, I don't care if you're like a giant human being that is very intimidating. They will find you adorable and precious, and they will love that. This is definitely somebody who is just very solid. They make things happen. They're a powerful manifester, and life gives them a lot because they give to life. And also, they put themselves out there. They take risks, and they might be the type of person to say, I used to never do that, and then I went through this thing. Like, this person might have experiences where they experience polar opposite personality traits throughout different parts of their life because they are just an unending mystery to themselves. And life gives them constant opportunities to explore what's more, what's different. Like, this person might say, I never thought I would be married, or I never thought I would have a long-term partner because, I just thought that wasn't for me. And then, and then it changes. Like, they meet someone like you, or they get to know someone like you, and it shifts everything. You're going to be fascinated by their mind. Oh, I'm thinking of Tiffany, New York, Tiffany, that meme where she's like, my mind, sometimes it even amazes me. Like, this is this person, but they're probably going to be a little bit more humble about it. But they're definitely somebody who cares about the vulnerable, somebody who loves to care for others, to nurture others. They're going to love like holding you and stroking your hair. They're going to love telling you how beautiful you are, how attracted to you they are. This is someone who either wants children or wants like small creatures to take care of. They also will be their most sensitive with you. They will show you the inner workings of their mind in a way that they won't show anyone else. And the level of intimacy and vulnerability that they will have with you is something that will be even surprising to them. And I think that you will actually be a very important component in helping them expand. You might want to look into, just a little bit of a side note, the Nag Hammadi, or the fact that Jesus was, shout out to Jesus, friend of the channel, was preached Gnosticism. And actually that was condemned as heresy by the Catholic Church. Or was the I don't know. It was preached. It was called heresy by structures, by religious structures that were all about fear and control. We're well acquainted with those. And there's nothing wrong with being religious in any way. I'm not saying that, but we can all agree that religious structures can be quite damning and abuse their power. And like the first Bible wasn't even written until 200 years after Jesus' death. There's so many mysteries he left behind. He was a fascinating person. And a lot of what modern Christianity is everything Jesus preached against, which is quite interesting. But anyway, this is somebody who never says no to, well, number one, they like challenges. They might like eating challenges for breakfast, and maybe they used to, and they learned like, oh, I'll never say no to a challenge again. But also they're the type of person who will never think that they have it figured out. They'll always feel like there's more. There's always something to uncover. There's always something to explore. And I think you'll find that in your relationship with them. So let's talk about that. The fact that we have Venus here, I love to see this. You guys are going to have a very pleasurable, very sweet, sensual, and romantic relationship. Even if you are someone who's like, ew, romance. Like, your type of romance may not be like chocolates and flowers. It might be that your partner, or this person writes you, names a star after you, or writes you a letter that is just for you, that is so romantic, or they get you something, or they take you to something that is your interest, and maybe it's the most non-romantic thing in the world, like a pencil museum, but they know you love pencils, and so it's like the most romantic thing ever, right? You both are going to be very sweet with one another. There is a gentleness and a sweetness and a peace, and it makes sense that we have the Empress here, because the Empress is ruled by Venus, and Venus is all about love. It's all about pleasure. And there's definitely a level of not hedonism, but indulgence in the senses. Like, you guys are going to really enjoy like life together. You know, you guys are probably gonna love going to your favorite restaurants, trying new foods, making beautiful, beautiful love that you can learn about in the extended if you're interested. You will enjoy the finer things in life. You will want to do things that are pleasurable. And even if it's just sitting at home on the couch after a long day at work for the both of you, that is Venus at work, you know, just cuddling and enjoying like each other's smell and just enjoying being connected and just enjoying the feeling of each other's embrace. Like, a lot of hugs, a lot of kisses, a lot of, oh my God, you look so good. A lot of like, wow, you look incredible in that. And like, ooh, like there's definitely a like, a mutual exploration in just what life has to offer in terms of enjoyment, in terms of pleasurable experiences. And I feel like you guys are going to have a lot of that together, and you're going to explore a lot of it together. And it will never, and I guess the one thing will be, is like, obviously too much of a good thing can be really intense and not be good. But there's a difference between pleasure when it's authentic and pleasure as a compulsion and a form of escapism. This is not a compulsive form of escapism, because both of you also, one of your love languages will be setting the other straight or saying, okay, hey, we need to take a step back and do these things. And I feel like one of the things that you both will love too is being in the same room and doing your own thing, and just knowing that the other is there, knowing that you can say something, but just feeling each other's presence. There's something, even like, if I could describe this relationship, it's like a Snuggie. It is a giant blanket. It's cozy and warm, but you can take it out into the world. You know, you could take that Snuggie anywhere. And there's a level of protection and safety that you will have with each other, and a level of trust. And whenever you guys do face challenges, there will be this very like, you won't even hate that experience, because it'll just bring you closer. You guys will have more wisdom, and the way that you guys problem solve never gets to a point where things are heated or well, I mean, maybe they could get heated, but like, I mean, we're all human. But I feel like there's just a level of respect, and like, if something were to happen, you know, you guys would immediately be like, I'm so sorry, I didn't mean that. There's really a good energy of it's us against the problem. And like, this isn't a petty like name calling type relationship, tit for tat kind of thing. Like, constant small acts of love, like leaving the other a note, or making the other's favorite dinner. Like, that is going to be a regular thing in your relationship, and it's not going to be something you're trying to do. It's just going to be something you want to do, and you feel, and it happens. I mean, the fact that we have Serene here, like, this person, you're going to feel at peace with them. You're not going to be questioning where you're at with them. I mean, you might have a lot of questions, like, you know that meme of where that girl's in bed, like, I bet he's thinking about other women, and then like, he's like thinking about cargo ships or something, you know, something silly. Like, there might be times where you have to open up about your insecurities, and you realize like there's nothing to be fearful of, and realize like, oh, they were just thinking about the periodic table. I don't know. One thing about them as well is that they could be a scientist, or they could love science. They definitely have a wide range of interests, and they might do a lot of different things in life. Like, they might have a lot of different careers, or they might reinvent themselves a lot. And one thing that I will say about this person as well is they might look very different in childhood versus how they look in adolescence, versus how they look as a teen, versus how they look as a young adult. Like, I feel like they're going to be constantly evolving, and they'll talk about, and either when you meet them or when you're with them, it's like you guys will have different lives together, in the sense that you will have different experiences. Like, if you're younger, you might have, you know, your hip, crazy, wild, fun era, and then let's say you have a family, so you have a more grounded, stable, you know, let's just keep the ship running era, and then, you know, an empty nester. Like, there's so many lives that you will live together, and I feel like when you meet them, you'll be like, wow, it seems like you've lived so many lives already. And I feel like the common denominator here is that even when life gets challenging, even when life gets frustrating, when life gets uncertain, you can come home to one another and lay your head on the other and just be like, oh, I'm home. There is a feeling of home. Kind and consistent are two important words as well, because I do think, like I said, you know, I have a hard time seeing you guys even get heated. And like one thing I will say, like in my parents' marriage, I've never seen them like genuinely argue. Like they rib each other, they give each other shit, but like it's in a loving way, you know what I mean? And it's in jest. Like I've only ever seen my mom mad once, and even then she never yelled. You know, she took time. And you know, maybe that's something where you guys have to you know, lean into that, because if you guys do have experiences where things get heated and you yell at each other or something like that, there's gonna be a let's never do that again. Okay, let's put tools in place so that doesn't happen. And I think the thing is that when you guys know you need to change something or course correct, it changes for good. And the thing is like if you were to even slip up, there's a great amount of forgiveness, because ultimately neither of you want to fight, neither of you want there to be tension or frustration. You just want the beautiful, peaceful, calm, like you guys together energetically feels like the energy of a spa when you're just like blissed out and relaxed and feeling good. Like there's just a lot of healing in that, where it's like the stress and tension of life in the world can melt away. And even if you are both stressed, you come together and have this mutual goal of, okay, let's tune out the world and let's just have a night together and enjoy it. You know, if you guys have a family, like I feel like that will be an expansion of that, and there will certainly be challenges with that, you know. I don't know what it's like to raise tiny humans, but it doesn't seem easy. And I think, you know, no matter what your situation is with them, there will be times where you are more disconnected, because that's just how life is. And I feel like when that happens, neither of you are going to let it go too far, or you're going to wait, or you might even have this like subconscious or conscious awareness of like, okay, we're just going to have to deal with this disconnection until we get through this thing, and then we can come back together. But even then, or then we can spend more time together. And even then, like one of you will probably voice it and be like, we haven't been spending enough time together, or I feel disconnected from you and I hate it. And the other one of you will be like, yeah, same. Like, let's set a date to do something together, or let's just get through this and, you know, look forward to this thing. Like whenever there are times where you do feel out of sync, where you do feel disconnected, both of you will want to recorrect that. And I think that, you know, no matter, like your relationship will evolve in a lot of ways, but what will never cease to exist is the love between the two of you, and like the things that bring you joy, and the desire to keep the romance alive, the desire to, you know, remind the other like your love for them, and the desire to maintain that. Like it may not always feel that way organically, but you both will put the work in to get it back to that place. And I think that even in the times where you are disconnected, there's almost going to be this cathartic experience when you do reconnect, because you'll realize, oh, we were going through the same things, and it's actually good that we went through this because we learned XYZ, and I realized, maybe we were too enmeshed here, or you know, maybe we should find a new way to connect or do something different with our routine. Like you guys are truly a team, and one where you're always improving, and not because you feel like you have to or out of fear that you lose the other, but because there's a naturally supportive dynamic between the two of you that almost pushes you both to grow, not because you have to, but because you want to. And there's more to explore, and there's like this intellectually stimulating aspect of your connection where you're constantly learning new things about yourselves and each other. And the cool thing is that once you come together, you get to fall in love with every version of them. And even if, you know, God forbid this ended, which if it did, it would be because you both mutually wanted it and decided you would be better off as friends than as lovers. I have a hard time believing that would happen, but if it did, it would be mutually agreed upon. It would be gentle. It might be sad and hard, but at the same time, it wouldn't take you away from one another. It would probably bring you closer. Because I think closeness is the single most important factor here. And for some of you, I am hearing that this might be someone where you reconnect with them years later. Maybe like you try to come together and it fails, or, you know, it's just not the right time. And then sometime later it is. What I can say is no matter what, like if you think that you can't have a relationship where your needs are honored, where your interests matter, where you're romanced and feel good. And like I said, romance doesn't have to be like that traditional thing. Like romance for you might be going to a science expo together. Like whatever it is, you don't have to settle for someone who doesn't meet your interests, who can't meet your needs and isn't interested in doing that. Because this person, even if they don't like the same things you like, they will take an interest in them because you like them. And even if they don't find it the most interesting, they will still look for the things that interest them about it and want to know why you like it, and also will really enjoy the joy and pleasure that you get out of experiencing it or doing it. So you guys are going to be each other's biggest cheerleaders, and you guys are always going to be that safe space that you can come to with even the most challenging of topics, and know that like you are safe to discuss these things, and that even if it's challenging, even if it's scary, you're not going to judge one another, you're not going to lash out at the other, that you're going to work through it and be mature. And for some of you, I just heard marriage counseling. So for some of you, like you might have counseling, and that might be like one of the best things you guys ever do, because it just makes it so much easier for you to communicate with one another and like get even closer. Like anything that you do to support the relationship, you'll find supports, like you get that support back more than you could imagine. And this is a person you can trust. This is a grounded, loving person. And I kind of promised myself that I wouldn't do signs, because I feel like they can kind of take away from the energy. But I'm feeling really called to, and so these signs do not have to, like the person I'm describing could have none of these signs, and that is absolutely okay. But pay attention to the energies that the signs embody, because they have those. So we have Venus here. So the relationship itself will embody like the things of Venus, you know, love, beauty, sensuality, eroticism, pleasure, creativity, all that jazz. But Venus rules Taurus and Libra, and we have the earth signs in Buffalo. So Taurus is one of them, but we also have Virgo and Capricorn. So your person could have any of those placements or could just embody those energies. I would encourage you looking up and seeing what the traits of those energies are, because even if they have no earth in their chart, they could embody these things in different ways. They could have them in, you know, earthly placements. Astrology is very dense and very grand, so don't pigeonhole yourself, but that could be extra confirmation. So let's go ahead and get into your tarot now. And while I'm shuffling, I do just want to mention that we are doing an extended, and it's going to be very juicy. We're going to be looking at what's destined to happen next or first when you meet them. We're going to be looking at how they'll know that you're the one, or how they did know. Obviously, if you're already with this person, you get the fun experience of having like confirmation and looking at things a different way. But if you don't, then you get all of this info and insight. We're going to look at one of their favorite ways to show you love, which I'm guessing this person has a lot of them, but we'll see what comes through. We're also going to be asking some spicy questions, like how they would describe your physical connection, your physical intimacy. We're going to look at what they will always find irresistible about you, no matter how much time passes. We will look at what desires and fantasies they want to explore with you, or will want to. We're going to look at what their friends and family will think of you, and we're also going to look at a promise that they will always keep. So gonna be really good, gonna be really juicy. Definitely check that out if you are interested. But if you're just sticking around for this reading, thanks for leaving a like, thanks for commenting down below, letting the ads play, watching hitting that little subscribe button. All of that is super helpful, and I really appreciate it. But yeah, I hope you're enjoying this reading, and we're gonna go ahead now and start by looking at what core values will you both live by. So for pile 1 and their future or current spouse / life partner, what core values will they live by in their partnership? Oh, you love to see it. Unconditional love, baby. The Queen of Cups is the most sensitive, loving, compassionate queen in the deck. She is soft, she is nurturing, she is ethereal, she is psychic as fuck. So, I mean, you guys are definitely going to really honor one another's intuition. In fact, it might be you guys might develop spiritually a lot together, because you recognize each other, like you will validate each other's intuitive hits. But I also think, and it's not in this card, but you guys will be emotionally vulnerable. Like, you will know that someone is not for you if they can't be emotionally available with you, or they refuse to share their emotions with you. Because this person, the one for you, they will not be afraid to share their emotions with you. And even if they're emotionally unavailable at first, they're going to change and open up to that, because they realize how good it feels. Like in a marriage with them, they're going to be emotionally available with you. And if they're not being available, they're going to communicate why, and they'll probably be disturbed by it and want to work through it with you. With this Queen of Cups here, your values will be kindness, peacefulness, compassion, empathy. I mean, you guys are going to be so gentle and genuine with each other, and that's going to extend to everyone. Like, kindness is going to be a core value, and just sensitivity and support for each other and for the vulnerable is going to be a huge part of your connection. I feel like if you guys do have children or want that in the future, I feel like that, while, you know, of course there might be challenges with that, I feel like you both are really going to fall in love with who you guys are as parents, or fall in love with how you both behave around like animals or around creatures. There is a value of honoring one another's intuition, being compassionate, being soft, being understanding, and loyalty. Like, even though it's not in this card, the Queen of Cups, her cup is typically closed. So I feel like there is going to be one value of sharing love with the world, because you have so much love between the two of you. And like the loyalty and love between the two of you is something that I think is very important. Like, your loyalty to one another is going to be very important. My only caveat to that is like, if what I'm about to describe, you're like, oh my God, no, then that is not a message for you. Do not take it. But for some of you, if you want to explore like intimate, like physical connections outside of the marriage or outside of the partnership, that would definitely be something mutually agreed upon, and it would definitely be something that like probably didn't have really love in it. Probably it would be more like an exploratory thing, because one of the values that you will have is complete emotional availability and vulnerability with each other. And I think one of the powerful things too is if something hurts one of you, it hurts the other. Like, so that's a big reason why kindness will just be so effortless between the two of you, because neither of you want the other to hurt, and you will be very emotionally in tune with one another. You will know when something is off with the other. And I think one thing you'll just find valuable is the fact that you can't hide from each other. And while that might be scary, it forces you to face things a lot quicker. And also it helps you realize that you don't have to hide your vulnerabilities or your insecurities. I definitely think that you guys are going to dive deep together and really explore the depths of emotion, the ways that love expands you, the lessons that love teaches you. And I think more than anything, you'll realize like, wow, like I think one of the biggest values you'll have with each other is, let's protect our hearts. Let's protect each other's hearts, and let's share them with each other. And let's share that value with the world in a way where we're gentle and kind with others. Like, this is the type of marriage that makes you both better people. This is the type of partnership where you become even softer and gentler and more loving than you ever have before. Like, and you might even see yourself, I just heard the words hard motherfucker, and maybe you are, but you are going to be very soft with this person. It makes me think of Brooklyn Nine-Nine, the character Rosa, like when she has a puppy. Like, that's how you guys are going to be with each other. So soft, so gentle, even if you're so hard in the world. And even then, that quality will soften you towards other people and be more compassionate where maybe you weren't, or realize that your compassion is not a flaw, and that when you're not being constantly drained of it, when you have it, you're able to give even more of it. This is the common value is love, nurturing, genuine compassion and care for one another, and just being each other's safe space. I love to see it. Okay. Let's look now at what about this partnership will be healing for you both. So what about pile one's future current marriage / partnership will be healing for both them and their spouse / partner? We have the 10 of Pentacles. So I feel like you guys are actually going to heal a lot when it comes to family and when it comes to money and legacy. I feel like your relationship is going to be one where you have the opportunity to rewrite stories about what family looks like. You know, for example, if you grew up in a family where you weren't accepted for who you were, you both are going to create a family where acceptance is in the forefront. If you grew up in a family where maybe there was a lot, but you weren't allowed to be yourselves, you may find that you need a lot less than you thought, and in fact, you have so much more when you do get to be yourself. But I also feel like there's going to be a lot of wealth building in your marriage or partnership where you guys are truly a team. And even if when you meet each other, you don't have pennies to your name, or only one of you does, the abundant mentality that you guys will get, and just the amount of creativity and emotional support and like spiritual insight and expansion and growth, like it will, no matter what, lead to over time a great a great accumulation of assets and resources. And I do also think that if you guys have experiences of growing up in poverty or growing up in situations where money was squandered or money was used in harmful or unhelpful ways, you're going to heal your relationships with money. Like you're going to, and also not only that, but you're also going to be a resource for others who are still trying to learn those things. So like, for example, maybe when you guys get together, you inspire one another to make better financial decisions, or you have enough to start investing or start doing something differently. And you guys could even actually create some sort of thing to help other people with financial independence or help other people make better financial decisions. I feel like you're definitely going to be a good influence. And there's something just about your home being the place where everyone wants to be. Like, I'm hearing the Taylor Swift song Lover, and when she says, like, we can let our friends crash in the living room, it's our place, we make the rules. Like, that's really the vibe, where I feel like if you grew up in an unhappy home, an unstable home, or let's say maybe you grew up in a happy, stable home, but you haven't had that for yourself and you want it, what's going to be healing, or you haven't had it and it's made you believe you can't, this relationship is going to show you that you can have it all. And in fact, you can have even more than you thought. And a big reason why is because when you have that, you do good things with it. You're generous with it. You share it. When you're blessed with those resources and with those things, you're not only blessing each other, you're blessing any offspring you bring into the world. You're blessing anyone in your life that it needs help. I mean, you guys will be generous. I'm sure at holidays, there are going to be many people showing up. I wouldn't be shocked if you guys do a lot of giving back together. You are going to have a very abundant and a very fulfilling love life and family life. And whatever wounds you have around family or around partnership, that is going to be very healing. You guys are going to rewrite narratives, and you guys are not going to repeat the mistakes of your ancestors or make mistakes that you fear making. And one thing I will even say too is, don't pigeonhole your relationship and your partnership with this person into one story or feel like there is one outcome, because like I said, you guys will experience many different lives and together, and at one time you might see yourself as like one, I was about to say Bonnie and Clyde, but I'm like, you should never compare yourselves to Bonnie and Clyde, because their lives were objectively sad, their relationship was incredibly toxic, and yeah, it was not fun. It was not fun. If you ever actually learn about it, it was hard and rough, and they did not live very long. But I feel like you guys will also just set so many other people up for success and show people what love can look like, and show people what a happy home looks like. Like, a healing aspect of this partnership is not only do you guys get to build the home that is right for you both, but you get to show others what a healthy home looks like, what a happy home looks like, what generosity looks like, and the powerful things that you can do with your abundance when you have a loving and giving mindset and want to be giving. Yeah, a lot of blockages around self-worth, around family dynamics, and around wealth will be healed together. It will be very powerful. You can definitely afford that extended, because trust me, you're gonna have plenty in return. I'm only half kidding. I'm actually not kidding at all. You're missing out. My extendeds are great. Okay, next we will look at something unique / special about this partnership that the universe or spirit wants to highlight. So what is something unique or special about this partnership, please, spirit? We have the 9 of Wands. Can you clarify that for me, please? Oh, I love that. Oh, this is my favorite strength card, actually. Like, this is so me. Like, the first time, this is the first card I pulled from this deck, and I was like, oh my God, that's so me. So one of the most unique, special things about this partnership is that a lot of times people in long-term partnerships have a hard time sharing everything, or intimacy might wane, or there might be certain barriers or things that they don't. There are no barriers between the two of you. You guys truly know everything about each other, and it's partially because you're best friends, but also, like, whenever there is resistance, one or both of you can feel it, and neither of you want it to be there. Like, there is just a powerful bond between the two of you, and something really special is, like, neither of you are forcing the other to be anything other than who you truly are. And you will always want to explore, like, neither of you would ever want the other to remain a version of yourselves that is outdated or not authentic. And also, I feel like there's just this level of things just aren't forced with you guys. Like, you know, it's quite likely that when you guys are together, people will be like, oh, you're in the honeymoon phase, like that'll end. And it's like, I can't speak from personal experience, but the vibe that I'm getting is that you will always have a honeymoon phase, because even when things are bad, they're good. And like, even if you fall out of that for a time, you always come back together. And I feel like there is no resistance. Like, if you're just disconnected, there's this conscious knowing in both of your hearts of like, we'll get back to the right place. You know, we're just kind of out of sync right now, but it'll all flow as it's meant to, and it's okay. Like, that's part of life. I definitely think that there's just, you guys don't have to work hard to make this relationship great. It just is, because you both are great as individuals. You're great together. You're compatible. And also you discover new compatibilities all the time. You learn and you grow and you evolve together, not in a way that's forced, but in a way that is literally just a beautiful unfoldment of what is meant to be. I definitely, like the Nine of Pentacles is on the back of the deck. Like, there is a consistency that is not forced or has to be conjured. It just exists. And I would honestly be willing to bet that, I don't care if you believe in past lives or not. I do. I feel like you and this person's soul, like, have been around the block once before, maybe many times. And I think that there's just a well-established mutual energy between the two of you that is very nurturing and supportive. And it's just easy. Like, and actually, it kind of reminds me of my parents' relationship. My mom says all the time, you know, people say marriage is hard, and maybe that's true for others, but with your dad, it's always been easy. And that is something that I've always paid attention to, and something that I've always realized, like, you know, maybe not everybody's marriage is that way, but if that's the type of partnership you want, you can have that, because I can tell you for a fact it exists. There's no need to like be anything other than you are, and I think that there's a lot of strength in that. And one thing I will say as well is there will be people that try to test this relationship, and it's like you might not even realize that they're doing it. Like, for example, they might try to sow doubt in your trust in the other, and you're not even can consider it for a second, because you're gonna be like, oh, my person wouldn't do that. Or your person would be like, oh, yeah, my pile one would never do that. And it might actually frustrate people. And I think people who've never experienced this will feel like it's fake or not understand it. But you really won't care, because the power of your connection together is gonna be far more powerful than any doubt or chaos or BS that people could try to send your way. So we're going to go ahead now and get guidance and ask our guidance questions. So the first question is, what will being together teach you both about love? And for that, we have harmony. You are able to feel a loving, balanced connection with everything. So yeah, you guys are going to learn what true harmony feels like. And this relationship is going to help you have more harmony in a world that is so chaotic and disharmonious. You're going to be able to accept the challenges of life, the frustrations of life that you can't control. And I also think that if you are used to turbulent or unfulfilling or chaotic relationships with a lot of drama, this relationship is going to teach both of you that you don't have to have that. And in fact, it can be far more fulfilling and interesting than a dramatic, chaotic, you know, push and pull, chase and run relationship ever could be. You're going to teach one another what true harmony feels like, and that's going to help you not only be in harmony with yourself and all of the different aspects of you, but also in a world that is largely out of your control. Life is going to feel a lot more balanced. So now we're going to look at how will you know that this person is the one for you, is your future spouse or partner, and what signs you'll see. Okay, so for that we have the Angel of Balance, which makes a lot of sense. So you will know this person's the one when there is a feeling of being with them where, number one, you feel centered in yourself and you don't feel like you have to make any decisions that don't honor you. Like everything that you do with this person, every choice you make with them is because you want it. It's because it's supportive to you. And there is no sacrifice of who you are in order to be with this person. There is no suppressing an aspect of yourself. There is no feeling unbalanced or needing them to balance you. Rather, if you haven't met this person yet, one of the ways you might bring them in is by, being centered in yourself and being grounded in yourself, but also open and aware. The level of centeredness here, like I would even Google if you're curious, like how to center yourself. Because when you are with them, you won't have of course it's very human to be like, oh, well, what's going to happen? I don't know. You'll have just this understanding of like, whatever is meant to happen, I know it will happen and it'll be okay. And like, this is already such a great experience and it feels so authentic and aligned with me. Nothing is forced. Everything is just, oh wow, like this really works for me. And like, I like the options that I have with this person. I like the way I feel balanced with them. I also feel like it will feel like a blessing from the get-go. And I feel like both of you, one thing you might relate with one another is this idea of like, being so concerned that everyone else is okay, you forgot to realize that you yourself weren't, and overcompensating for others. And you guys will realize like there's you will find that this person gives as much as you do, and both of you will probably have a hard time receiving and really enjoy giving to one another. And so you will really help one another balance one another out. The number 4 and the number 8 could be very significant. Egypt could be significant, or ancient civilizations could be significant. Pyramids could be a sign. Angels could be a sign. The moon could also be in a waxing or waning crescent. That could be a sign. Also, the song Genie in a Bottle by Christina Aguilera or blue feathers could also be a sign. Blue garments or blue lights could be a sign, especially blue orbs in pictures. And what a vase is, whatever that shit's called. And yeah, a desert environment or sand could be significant as well. And nighttime, like something like you could know they're the one during the nighttime, or watching the stars could hold significance. But now I want to look at what you can do to manifest them if you haven't met them yet, or a goal, if you're already with them, how you can manifest a goal you're both working towards. And for that, we have New Moon in Scorpio, which says go deeper. And I actually want to read that from the book because I thought there was really good guidance. I think there's good guidance in this book, and it might just be easier to give you like concrete things because go deeper is kind of vague. You're regaining control of a situation that cut deep. You've moved through your fears and can now see where this issue has come from. Now isn't the time to gloss over facts. Rather, it's time for you to face your darkest concerns and go deeper. Your situation may need to crumble before it can be renewed. Magic is called for. It's crucial to stay strong now. Intimately, it's time to reach for true communion with your partner. Financially, this is a blessed time to work with someone on a joint venture. It's time to release a grudge. I'm telling you, you guys are going to be balling out. Like, manifesting focus. This card is an especially good sign for matters relating to intimacy, money, or an obsession you've been grappling with. So like if you've been thinking about the one a lot or thinking about like who that is, there you go. Manifesting mindset. Know your magic. Clear out negativity to supercharge your manifesting powers. Call in Archangel Jeremiel, the angel who helps us to review our lives. Channel the energy of Pluto, the planet that guides the sign of Scorpio and likes to go under the radar. Light a candle and ask Archangel Jeremiel, it's a word. Ask AJ to help you see whatever you need to acknowledge and break through your life right now. Your affirmation is life goes in cycles and my life is now regenerating. And the best time to work on your magic is when the moon is in Scorpio on a Tuesday, Mars day, or during Mars's hour, which is page 16. I don't know. You can Google that. I'm not going through all that. So definitely if you feel like you have all the answers and you have it figured out, you need to go deeper because it's definitely not true. Like one of the aspects of this connection that you will know like it's them is that just when you think you know, you realize you know nothing. But also when you know. Like that's one thing my parents always say. And I think like the thing is about that phrase is like you can think you know and be like, I think I know, but there's a difference between knowing and think you know, because it's like, it's the difference between whether you've had an orgasm or not. If you have one, you'll know. And if you haven't, you might question it and think, is this it? Is that it? But once you have it, you'll know. So, and don't try to force something, especially if you feel like it's not. But this card is the final guidance card that we have for you guys just about this relationship in general. And for that, we have Imagine. Ooh, and we have a crescent moon again, a lot of blue. So blue is a significant color. We also have the number 2 and 20. So this to me is asking you to, number 1, pay attention to who you imagine like your ideal person being with, because those things can manifest. And I'm not talking about like, you know, maybe the perfect person for you, maybe they're not, maybe there's a physical thing that you would rather have that's different or something like that. But that's really not going to matter when it comes down to character and values. Ultimately, you're definitely going to be attracted to this person. But there might be things that you truly deeply desire and imagine in your spouse or life partner that should be non-negotiables for you, and that you may have walked back on and come to regret it. And I feel like Spirit is really saying, don't let go of those. Those are important. Those were implanted in your heart for a reason. Do not stray from them. But also, this connection is not meant to live in your imagination. This connection is meant to be real. And if you're not careful, you might keep it stuck in the ethereal realms because you're not taking the action necessary to bring it down to earth. And that might be as simple as doing things you dreamed of doing that you never have. You know, maybe this person's in a different country. Maybe this person is on a dating app you've been neglecting to download. Maybe this person is in a class you've been thinking about taking for ages, but you've never thought about. Or if you're already with this person, it's time to start working towards those goals, or doing those things you've always talked about and live them instead of just talking about them. It makes me think of like Carl and Ellie from Up, who always have the dream of going on an adventure, but they never get to. Spirit is really saying, be careful about getting too comfortable of having this dream in your head and not making it a reality, because there's always things that you can be doing to be more centered and ground your individual dreams, and that will help ground this too. And it might be really easy if you're already in this relationship to be with your partner and kind of keep your dreams, because there's always things to attend to. So Spirit is really saying, this is not meant to just be your imagination. This is meant to be a reality. And the only way you can make it a reality is if you start moving towards it, or bringing your dreams to life, doing the things that you've dreamed about. And so if you're like, well, I don't know how to bring them in, I don't know how to make that happen, what else have you been dreaming about? You know, is it living a healthier lifestyle? Is it cleaning out your house? Is it traveling to a certain place? Those things will help start to get you there. It might not be as simple as, oh, I'm going to travel here, and then you meet them, but it might be the shift that you need. It might be the energy to get you centered. You never know what could lead you to this person or what could lead you to the next thing that's meant for you. So don't get too comfortable with this being in your imagination, because it's meant to be a reality. And the things that you find, that you imagine, that you've always imagined, that you've always felt like are for you, those things are meant to be a reality, especially if they are character traits or just aspects of behavior or qualities that are really magnetic and special to you, because you're meant to have those. And don't try to force something that doesn't fit, because if it's not, because I feel like there are core qualities like inquisitiveness, sentimentality, generosity, openness, emotional availability. Like, those are things you deserve to have. And if they don't check those boxes, like, pay attention to what you imagine, because you might be trying to force something that doesn't fit, or want someone to be it so bad that it takes you longer to meet one another, which even if you do, it's okay. You guys are going to find each other in this lifetime if you haven't yet. And if you have found this person, feel free to talk about them. Feel free to echo any sentiments I might have said. But pile number 1, that is where I am going to leave this reading. I'm heading over to your extended now, and I can't wait to see you there. If you're not meeting me there, thank you so much for watching, and thank you so much for letting my ads play in the background. That's one of the simplest and easiest and free ways to support me and still support me monetarily, so thank you for that. I got a mortgage to pay now, so thank you. And thank you for making that possible. If you'd like to support me in other ways, obviously the extended is a very powerful way to do that. Thank you to everyone who does that. We are going to have some fun. But you can like this video, comment down below, let me know how it resonates. Subscribe if you haven't already. You can click that little notification bell to be notified whenever I upload a new reading. You can check out my candles. You can use code ASO10 for 10% off. You can check out my merch. You can check out my social media. You can check out other videos, ones with extendeds. And yeah, I think that's it. So thank you guys so much for watching. I really hope you enjoyed this reading, and I really hope that it restored your faith in love and in yourself and your ability to have it. I hope you all have a wonderful day or night whenever it is that you're watching this video, and I hope you'll come back and see me again soon. Bye! Hi there, Pile 2. Welcome to your reading, and thank you so much for being here. If you guys chose the Lemon, Calcite Heart, and the Moonchild Tarot, this is going to be your reading on everything, at least for now, about your future or current spouse / life partner. So as a quick reminder, full breakdown of the readings in the intro. If you get yourself, check to make sure it isn't indicative of mirroring, and if you are repulsed and disgusted by what I'm talking about, then it's not your reading, and you should pick a different one, because nobody is going to force you to be with someone that you don't want to be with. Okay, so starting with who this person is. Also, if you get yourself, just choose another group. I don't want to hear, I guess I'm marrying myself in the comments. I'm tired of seeing that. It's self-deprecating, and even if you twist it in a self-love way, you came to this reading because you wanted to hear about the other, not about yourself. You can if you want to, but don't miss out on an opportunity to get good insight. So your future or current spouse / life partner, for that we have the Mystic, we have Dragon, and we have the Death card. And for your overall relationship dynamic, we have Silver, we have Doberman Pinscher, Daring, Dependable, and Gritty, and I am manifesting you. Wow, okay. So I will say, if what I describe you are like, no, just choose a different group. But this is definitely the group for some of y'all, and I love the many ways that love exists. So this is someone who the one is for you. If this reading, if you're like yes, or if this describes who you're already with, this, yes, I want this, or this is who you're already with. This is someone who does not shy away from darkness, and someone who has likely been through some really dark, really intense experiences. That could be something you guys bond over. But also, I wouldn't even be shocked if that translates into their appearance. Like maybe they dress more alternatively, or they love wearing all black, or maybe they're more of a night owl, or they even like to keep their space dark. As someone who does believe in lamp supremacy, maybe they're just neurodivergent and sensitive to light. But this is someone who does not shy away from the darker, messier, more painful aspects of life, probably because they've been through some intense experiences from a young age, and they have quite literally walked through the valley of the shadow of death. And they have come out a reborn person. They have gone through intense transformation in their life. And I would be willing to bet that they are not proud of who they used to be, but also they shouldn't be ashamed of who they used to be, because whoever they were, it was a product of whatever intensely painful, traumatizing experiences that they went through, and they were all a natural progression for this person to become who they were meant to be. It is quite possible you could meet them while they are in this before stage. And if that's the case, I can tell that any type of relationship that happens will not last, because transformation is definitely necessary for both of you in order to uphold and maintain the type of relationship that you will have together. This is someone that you choose, and this is someone that will walk through the darkest valleys with you and not even blink twice. Like, this is someone who may even be a little bit desensitized to some of that, because like I could see this person being like a paramedic, like an ER doctor, working in hospice, or working in some of the darkest parts of society. And they do that because, number one, they know that they can. It's like, yeah, sure, they could have a job doing something lighter and easier, but their passions lie in making a bigger difference, and there's a ferocity to them. Like, this is somebody who would choose to be a public defender over going to a big law firm, because it's more meaningful for them to defend those who need it. It's more meaning, or this is somebody who will invest lots of time in their life into supporting a cause because they see that darkness and they don't want others to experience it. This is somebody who's familiar with pain and loss, and this is somebody who doesn't view that as a bad thing. I think they view it as a neutral thing. I think they view it as something of, oh, I've dealt with this. Obviously, it's not what I would prefer. But this is somebody who's experienced like profound pain from a young age. And I think it unfortunately made them wise beyond their years from an early age, but also made them very reckless, and probably gave them quite powerful experiences. This is somebody who brings light into dark spaces and gives people hope. They are very tough. They are one tough motherfucker. I'm just gonna be honest. And like with the dragon card being here, they have a really strong sense of self, and things do not get to them easily. Like, this is not somebody who's going to be upset by someone like bullying them or saying some shit to them. They're also somebody who is, it's very hard to intimidate them, and others aren't easily intimidated by them. They have a powerful level of alchemy when it comes to pain and suffering, where they know what it's like to suffer, and they also know what it's like to be the cause of other people's suffering. Like, this person definitely bled on people who never hurt them, and maybe you are one of them. But for others, you may not be, because for others, you definitely will meet this person after this transformation, and the person that they will describe themselves as, you'll be like, wow, I can't believe they were like that. They're so different. There is a stoicism to them, because I do think that this person is going to go through multiple transformations in life, but there is a very big switch between, like, this person is going to be spiritually awake in some way, and that is going to coincide with transformation where they become the person that they never thought they could be, and where they become a person that they needed when they were younger, and they become the very thing that others didn't have, and they become a life raft in a sea of suffering for others. And that's not an easy thing to be, but it's a role that they know that they came here to fulfill, and it's a role that they wouldn't change. Like, this is somebody who, despite all the pain and suffering they've experienced in life, they genuinely believe it's made them stronger, and they wouldn't change those experiences because they want to be who they are, and they also recognize how necessary it is that they exist, because every single day they're reminded, like, if I weren't this way, who would these people have? Who would be there to support them? Who would do this? It's like, it's a very, like, a lot of things that they do, I think, are thankless jobs in certain ways, where people take for granted all that this person does. And they may not always be recognized for their impact, but they see it and they know it, and it's shown to them. And I think that is more than enough. That is satisfying. Like, in its shadow, like, this person could even go into a field where there's a lot of pain and suffering just to, like, in shadow, like, just to show people that they can do it, and for, like, the admiration and recognition. And then once they're in it, they'll realize, oh, this is actually deeply meaningful to me, and I don't need recognition or admiration for it. I already know that what I'm doing is super badass, and I already know what I'm doing is very necessary, and I'm actively, like, helping society in real measured ways. Like, I don't think, like, even if this person was working an office job, it's like they're working in a company where they are having to, where either they hate the company and they're looking for something else, and they're doing everything they can to screw it over and support people, or they work for a company that is trying to fight against, like, unfavorable practices or something like that. Like, this person will take a necessary evil, or they do not have, like, very rigid ideas of moral rights and wrongs. They do have a code of integrity, but they don't have a this is right and this is wrong. And I think that's especially because they've had experiences in life where they've been stuck between a rock and a hard place, and what society would consider morally right and wrong literally wouldn't fit the situation. And also, like, I think this person has seen a lot of hypocrisy in society from a young age, and so they don't have a very, like, surface level black and white idea of what goodness is, of what badness is. And the challenges that they've gone through have made them very accepting of other people's pain. And I think that they are somebody who traverses darkness very well. Like, it reminds me of Batman, like the Christopher Nolan Batman, you know, where Christian Bale is like, I am fear. Like, this person has faced fear in the eye so many times, and it's actually very rare for them to genuinely feel it. Like, they might get nervous, or they might be uncertain or suspicious or anxious, but it's very rare for them to be genuinely fearful. They have an insane amount of courage, and they've been through such intense challenges in life that there's really a resolve where they know they can do anything. And also, they're not afraid of challenge. They're not afraid of things being tough. In fact, I actually think if things are easy and things are light all the time, they're not really worth it to them. Like, this is where your person is comfortable. Like, if your person were a sea animal, they would be one of those animals that are like down in some of the deepest parts of the ocean that are like wild and weird. Like, they would not survive on the surface. They need the pressure. They need the darkness. That's how they survive. And let's be clear, darkness isn't bad. It's just, it is actually a gift and a skill, because this person becomes more aware, becomes more empowered, and also serves a very sacred purpose in the world, where they take in negativity that could be spread around. They take in fear that could be spread around, and they distill it and remove it. It's Shiva energy. They have so much love for humanity that they are willing to do the dirty work that not many people are. And like, this person, like, I have a deep amount of respect for them. And they probably feel like it's not a big deal. Like just even saying that, I could feel them like just brushing me off. Like, oh, it's not a big deal. Like stop. But it's like, no, it's really true. Like, not everyone can handle what this person has been through. And not everyone can handle what this person does every day. And this person's normal would probably put someone else would make someone else need years of therapy. And by someone else, probably me. I'm a sensitive baby. But also, actually, that's not fair to myself. I have seen some intense things, and I've been a human. I've experienced things, and also, like, yeah, I guess I won't be unfair to myself. But I also feel like one thing about this person too, though, is that they know who they are. And they've worked really hard to become the person that they are now. And it takes a lot to face them. I think that a lot of other people are drawn to this person or triggered by this person because of the power that they naturally have. It's like, this person is a pit bull in a room of chihuahuas. Like, you know, the chihuahua is going to bark and shit and act scary, but in reality, they really have no power. They are somebody who, they have a lot of Scorpio energy. They don't have to be a Scorpio. They might have no Scorpio placements at all. Maybe they have tons of 8th house placements. Maybe Pluto plays a significant role in their chart. But with the death card here, like, Scorpio and Pluto are definitely highlighted. The mystic also talks about Plutonian energy. They definitely, like, they are not afraid of the messier aspects of life. And rebirth is invigorating to them. I also think that they have an intense gaze. Eye contact might be challenging with them. Like, they could have like really intense or fierce eyes, or you can just see their strength and their soul in them. And I also feel like a lot of people might describe this person as cold or aloof, or as like there might be people that after meeting this person are like, oh, like, they don't like me, and the other person's be like, what? Like, I thought they were cool. Like, they're probably thinking I wasn't really thinking much about them. Like, I think that this person is often, number one, they're used to carrying a heavier load than most. So there's usually a lot of things on their mind. And there's an element of them where they have a hard time separating themselves from their work, or separating themselves from what they are trying to do to change things or the world or themselves. I feel like a lot of criticism, like the vast majority of criticism they have, goes towards themselves always. But I think that they're drawn to intensity. They're drawn to people that force them to grow. They're drawn to powerful life experiences, and they're drawn to power, period. Like I said, I don't think that this person is someone that would thrive in in a relationship where things are just always easy and there's no challenge or there's no growth. Like, this person likes challenge. This person likes facing their fears, and they like being someone who can navigate kind of the underworld. Like, this is like Hades vibes. Like, and this is someone who who, and it's not that they're bad. They're a wonderful person with a good heart. They just have like very different experiences than someone who maybe grew up sheltered and didn't experience like such intense life experiences until much later in life. Like they had to grow up really quickly. They had to face darkness fast, and that's what they know, and that's what makes them comfortable. And it also, what's really beautiful is that they cherish the beautiful aspects of life a lot more than those who have had so much of that they take it for granted. I think one thing that makes them really angry are those that don't count their blessings and don't realize how lucky they are. But at the same time, I think that this person, they're wide awake, their eyes are wide open, and they cherish, they wouldn't change anything. They love who they are, they accept who they are, and I think that there's a power and a fierceness to them that they will never change. And I think that they have a genuine sense of confidence, and I think that bothers insecure people. So you might find that people really don't like your person, or maybe your person like dresses really alternatively, like I said, or there's just something very different about them. People who don't like that might be the first to criticize them or like call them weird. Like they're not even gonna think about it. They're not even gonna care. But they definitely like other weird people. And I also think that they are somebody who, I'm thinking of the Hosier song, I'm probably saying his name wrong, like where he says like, "You're too sweet for me." This person needs someone who can traverse darkness with them and also is not afraid of a little challenge and a little growth. So talking about your relationship, this is definitely someone who you may not always choose or enjoy the circumstances that will test your relationship or the challenges you might experience, but you would choose this person over and over and over again, hands down, more so than you would to choose an easier dynamic with someone else. Like, I think one of the core things about your relationship with this person is that there is a powerful magnetism that draws you to each other. And there might be times where you have a dynamic that's toxic or you're enmeshed in one another and you have to do the work to grow. The fact that silver is a defining factor of your relationship, it is a sign that it's a relationship that requires effort and work and polishing. But I feel like that's something you both want to do. And that is also something where when those experiences happen, they will bring you closer together and you will learn more about yourselves and each other. The danger that happens, though, is that both of you have a tendency to, like, this person doesn't get shaken often. You are going to be one of the things that shakes them. And I think that's probably why they're going to be so drawn to you. If you, like, and one of the things I'm seeing here is that this is definitely the type of marriage or partnership where there are highs and lows, and there might be a time where you guys are separated or, you know, experience separation before you come together, because there's definitely work on yourselves. There's also, like, I feel like this person's definitely you're going to feel this person in your solar plexus chakra. They're going to feel you there too. Like there's going to be triggering aspects about this connection it could be as powerful as triggering, but it also could just be uncomfortable, where there's a level of vulnerability and also a level of unfamiliarity for the two of you, where it's like you guys think you've seen it all and you felt it all until you meet each other, until you come together, and then it's like a whole new level of challenges. Like there's a real, like, you two are not healing in order to be together. You two are navigating healing together, and I wouldn't be shocked if when I was describing this person, you related to a lot of it. I definitely feel like both of you will have a very grounded and nuanced understanding of loss, of suffering, of grief, and of the darker aspects of life that, you know, a lot of people are too uncomfortable or are not familiar with. And I feel like that will be a level of comfort. And like, I feel like you guys are going to have really dark humor. You guys are going to be able to face things and hold space for each other. Like, if one of you were grieving, the other is not going to be bothered or disturbed by that. But also, one of the cool things about your relationship with each other is the fact that because you guys have experienced profound pain, profound suffering in your lives, both of you have a level of courage, willingness, and a desire to go for things in life in a way that others don't. And I think that there's a level of support for each other's dreams that is quite profound and quite powerful. And so there will be times where you guys might sacrifice closer connection in order to make something happen. Like, for example, you know, there might be a time where money is really tight, and so you both are working 2 jobs in order to get yourselves to a better position. And so for that time period, your relationship may not be the single most important thing. You might be snippy with each other, or you might be frustrated, or you might feel disconnected. But when you do come together and move through that, number one, there's a level of like pride and like, damn, we really did that shit. But also there's learning and growth. And this is the type of relationship where you both choose each other. You choose the challenges that come with it. It actually reminds me of an email I got from a wonderful person. I don't know if they're watching this, but since it reminds me of this email, they might, I need to respond to you. I'm so sorry. But they really opened up to me about their relationship with their person, and said that they have like a lot of challenging placements with them astrologically, but they realize that that's what they want, that and that the challenges are gifts, and that they're opportunities for growth, and that they've accepted that. I don't know, I can't go into it too deeply, and I also don't want to like reveal it, but it was very beautiful, and it was very heartfelt, and it was very profound, and from the soul. And I feel like that is the thing, is the love that you have for one another is soul deep. And because it is soul deep, there might be complications at times, like in the physical dimension, in the mental, in your mental connection or your emotional connection, where things don't always line up. But there's this soul bond here. Like, I feel like you are genuinely bonded at a soul level with this person, where you would only walk away from this situation truly, if neither of you felt compelled to work on it anymore, or felt like both of your hearts were willing to release it. And I feel like that would take a lot, and it probably, I feel like for a lot of you, like that wouldn't even happen. But if it did, it would be because like you both mutually agreed upon it, and there was like we've done all the work we need to do together this lifetime, and we're ready for whatever is next. But I feel like for a lot of you that wouldn't happen. I do think what could happen is you guys are going to take risks together, and at times that is going to disconnect you guys. Like, for example, one of you might go back to school. One of you might have to move, and the relationship becomes long distance until you can work things out. One of you might be really struggling, and one of you might be sick or something, and there might be a time where, you know, it's just like intimacy and emotional connection takes a back burner because you guys are in survival mode. You guys are in let's make things happen mode, let's get shit done mode. But I feel like even in the strongest of challenges, you wouldn't want it any other way. And I think that part of your devotion to one another is this knowing of like, we don't have to be at 100% all the time to know that we love each other and to know we'll get through it. And I think that there's a lot of like, I think there's a catharsis in when you move through a challenging cycle together, where things are lighter, but also you just feel stronger and closer and more bonded to them. And there's more trust. The fact that we have I am manifesting you, I feel like you guys might have known that this person was out there for you without realizing. And let's say, for example, you met this person when they were still in their reckless bleeding on others era. I do think that you could be a powerful catalyst for them to grow and change. Like, losing you could be that. Or if you guys are together, there could be a situation that really tests you, like moving or just something really stressful, where it does reach the point where you guys do decide to like be separated for a little while, and it brings you closer together, and it reinforces, yeah, this is what we do want. We needed that time apart so we could grow closer together. And I don't want you to be fearful of that. And you're probably, if you're still here listening, like, and you haven't changed, you're like, yep, I know this. Because the thing is like, there are going to be times in this relationship where you don't want things to be happening the way they are. You wouldn't choose these circumstances. But in your heart of hearts, you would choose this person 1,000,000 times over before you choose something different with someone else. And I think one of the really cool things about this relationship is that, like, you guys will be on board with one another's dreams. And actually, a relationship this reminds me of is Becky and Jesse's relationship on Full House. You know, there's no doubt that like those two characters love each other, but they do break up at one point, right? And they do have intense fights, and they do have like, you know, they're certainly not perfect, but they do love each other, and they also grow, and they chill out. And I do think some of it is like there might be growing pains where you guys just kind of have to figure out what works for you, and what works for you might change as time goes on. But the fact that we have dependable here, when you both make a commitment to each other, you can trust that you'll follow through on that. And I also think that like you guys will have the courage to face the unknown. And I think that one of the biggest challenges is when there are times when you're feeling disconnected, that might bring about insecurity. And that might also bring about unhealed wounds around rejection, abandonment, unworthiness, not being lovable, not being accepted. And because there's a mirroring aspect to this connection, you might think that your person is feeling that way. You might assume the other does think that about you or is thinking that about you. And it might distort and cloud your ability to read situations accurately, and something that might be very innocent from the other person, the other takes as evidence of, oh yeah, they're not into me anymore, or they're just waiting to break up with me, or something like that. And there's definitely also an element of both of you kind of keeping certain things in the dark because you're afraid of what if it might be real, what if it might be true. And more often than not, you guys, once you do talk about them, will laugh about it because it is so far from the truth. Like, I also think that you both will go through some gnarly experiences together where it's not like you guys having trouble with each other, but rather just having trouble in life, and that testing your ability to stay connected, stay a unit. But I do think you guys are going to be really powerful manifestors in terms of like, you guys are going to be by each other's side when things are tough because you want to support each other's dreams. You guys are going to be willing to go the distance and work through challenges that maybe you wouldn't have with others because it's worth it. And I think also like you especially might have the opportunity either while being separated from this person in a literal sense or in a metaphorical sense, to have a relationship with someone who is great and things are easier and things are what you thought you wanted, and you realize this isn't for me. Like at the end of the day, like they're a great person. I appreciate them. This has been a beautiful experience, but my heart feels alive with my mystic person. There's something where it's like, I feel like you guys definitely chose in this lifetime for whatever reason to go through a lot of powerful and profound lessons. It's almost like it's kind of like the equivalent of in terms of soul growth, like when you take a full load of classes for a semester in college, and like, yeah, it sucks, but look at how many credits you got out of the way, and now your senior year, like you get to take like dance and yoga and like maybe one challenging class, and life is a breeze. It's like struggle earlier to make things easier. And I think that's one of the things too, is like the most challenging this situation will ever be is when you're younger, and when there's just certain disconnect in order for you guys to achieve certain goals. I feel like after that, things will definitely get easier. There will be more of a balanced dynamic. But I think that there will be times where there is disconnect and challenge. And rather than you guys dreading it or fearing it, I think there's like oh, we've done this before, we can do it again. And I think there will be a level of excitement around, ooh, where will this take us? Because I think, you know, I'm sure you're spiritual, and if you're not yet, if you're going down this rabbit hole and watching my channel, you might start to be. You might be taken on that journey yourself. Is there are times in your own spiritual growth where you are in the dark, you don't know what's going on, everything is scary, nothing makes sense, and there's nothing you can do but just move through it. And when you move through it and reach kind of the peak of the mountain, it is so euphoric and you have so much clarity, but you also know this can't last forever because the cycle is going to continue. I have to come down from this mountain and climb up another one. But damn, the view is always great when you get there, and the awareness that you get is also really wonderful. And so I feel like you definitely both are going to be, like, this type of relationship is not everyone's cup of tea. So if what I'm describing, you're like, ooh, I don't want that, baby, pick another pile. Don't don't suffer through something or make yourself believe that you have to suffer through something. Because the thing is like, this is a loving relationship. You both love each other. It's just you are willing to take the challenges that come with loving each other that maybe you wouldn't have in a different relationship, but it's because you would choose those challenges over the ease of someone else because you choose each other every day, every time. There just is no equivalent. There is no other. Like, you truly match each other and complement each other and empower one another and are, the catalysts for one another's growth in a way that you just don't get that with anyone else. And it's always worth it. I definitely think that you guys make one another more courageous. I feel like you guys will definitely take risks in your relationship, and you will be willing to do things that scare you or that you're uncertain about because both of you want what's best for each other, and there's a deep amount of respect. And I think that there is a level of, yes, it may not always be easy, but it is absolutely worth it. And part of our love for one another is this willingness to show that we don't have to be perfect all the time. Things don't have to be sunshines and rainbows for us to love one another, to feel connected, and to know that we're loved. Like, instead, it's more of this relationship has taught me, how love can be a choice and how we choose each other and how we maintain our relationship, how we work on it, how we work on ourselves. And like, I feel like there's just this beautiful level of compassion and understanding and growth between the two of you. And honestly, I think you guys will find like some of the challenges that you go through kind of hot. Like, I think who you become will be hot. I think, you guys might have some arguments that lead to some nice makeup intimacy. We'll look at that in the extended. But I also just think that, like, other people might not understand this relationship. But I feel like what you'll say is like, you don't have to understand it. Like, I think only we can understand each other, and only you guys can push each other's buttons the way you do, but only you guys can make each other feel blissful and over the moon the way that you do. And like, this is definitely not for everyone, but there's certainly nothing wrong with it. And I think that the only way that this relationship would fail is if one or both of you just decided it's not worth polishing anymore. It's not worth, while I highly doubt that would happen unless there was some sort of soul agreement and there was something more constructive, I really do feel like this is a sort of to the end type of thing. And like, I think that there's a really great love vibe here where you might even be confused and feel like love like if it's true love, then it shouldn't be hard and we shouldn't have to work on it. And that is the truth for some people, but sometimes true love is a willingness to go through things and face challenges that others would walk away from, and for both of you to say, nah, you're worth it, this is worth it, let's move through this together. And every time it will bring you closer. And when you face challenges, the more that happens, the more tools you'll have and the less like disconnection could occur. Like, separation, like after you're together, would be like a really extreme thing. And if it did happen, it would definitely be powerful on individual terms, and how it would bring you back together. I think it would cement the fact that, like, okay, here's what we need to do to make sure we don't go back there. And also, I feel like it'll just reinforce to you both, like, I would rather be with this person than not, every day, always. So, and I think for a lot of you, if you haven't met this person, you're probably like, oh dear God, Xoxo, like what is this? I'm afraid. You don't need to be afraid. You are fear, just like this person is. But also, I think a lot of you that have stuck around, you're like, yep, I know, y'all know who I'm talking about. And like, yep, you're right. And so the ones who get it. The ones who don't. And the ones who don't, that's okay, because it's not for you. And different types of people need different types of love. And we choose different things, we want different things, and that's all okay. But love comes in many forms, and this is a type of love where it's like, it's not always pretty on this, like, from an outsider's perspective, but it's on the level of like soul development, soul growth, and just true genuine love. Like, it actually is super beautiful. Like, because this is the type of thing where it's not easy, but it's because like there's something almost, about, like, think of the idea of suffering for art. You don't have to suffer to make good art, but people tend to value it more because there's something you had to move through, and some of the most beautiful art has come from suffering. And I'm not saying that you guys will suffer together or that this is going to be a relationship full of suffering, but I do think that you are not shy. Like suffering is not something that you're afraid of. And I do think whatever challenges you go through, I think it's going to be more so, I think one of the biggest challenges you will have is just accepting that you're lovable, accepting lovability, accepting and recognizing. I feel like sometimes you guys will run into problems because you'll assume the other feels something that they don't, or thinks something that they don't, and then that action causes a reaction that like ignites things. But at the same time, there's so much passion here and so much love. And just I'm cutting the deck, the star, a lot of healing. Like this, like I said, this type of connection is not, this type of relationship is not for everyone, but for those who it is, you know, and you get it. And if you're still sticking around and you're like, yeah, this feels right, this feels like what I'm meant to experience, like this feels like, then yeah, you're right. Like, because I feel like even if you guys don't consciously manifest a relationship like this, there's just something that's more fulfilling than something easier and more just like naturally occurring. Like it just wouldn't be fulfilling and satisfying. And I think there would be a part of you that would feel restless, and a part of you that would feel like there's not enough growth here. Like you don't want to be comfortable, you want to be stretched, you don't want to be safe, you want to explore, you want to adventure, and you want to reach the limits of life and love and see what bliss and what lies there, and who you really are. Because this relationship is not just about you both, it's also about your individual journeys. You both are powerful catalysts for each other's growth in all ways. Whew, whew. Yeah, like even just in channeling it, it's pretty intense. But I do want to say, if you're interested, we are going to be looking in the extended, we are going to be looking at some 18 plus stuff, which I'm very interested in, because of this person, you guys will probably have a really, really, really hot connection there. Also, we're going to look at what's destined to happen next, or when you first meet. We're going to look at how they'll know you're the one. We're going to look at one of their favorite ways to show you love, how they would describe your physical connection. We're going to look at what their friends and family will think of you. We're going to look at desires they do have that they want to fulfill with you, or fantasies that they will have once they're with you. We're going to look at what they'll always find irresistible about you, no matter how old you get. And we're also going to look at a promise that they will always keep. So pile 1's extended was really fun and really interesting. So definitely check that out if you want to, down below. But thank you for being here. Thank you for leaving a like, a little comment, a little subscribe, or just letting the ads play, because all of that is just super helpful and supports me and just helps me continue doing this with the same quality and love as usual. So let's start by looking at at what values you both will live by. So for pile 2's partnership / marriage, what values will pile 2 in their current or future spouse / life partner, what values will they live by together? Okay, so we got 2 coming out. We have the Hierophant and the Queen of Cups. Ooh, so interesting. The Queen of Cups came out in the last group, but this could not be more different than the last group's energy. So, and this makes sense. With the Hierophant, the values you will live by are the ones that, they're kind of specific, in the sense that you guys will have very specific ideas of what integrity is, and very specific ideas of how things are meant to work in your relationship. You guys will have a dynamic all your own, but it will adhere to a code. Like there's a code of conduct and a code of honor you will follow, and neither of you will break it. I also feel like there is a level of like, you guys both believe in sticking and sticking things out and going through hard and experiencing those hard times, not only because it brings more growth, but also because you made a promise, you made a commitment. And with this Queen of Cups, I think one of the values that both of you will have is being each other's safe space emotionally, not shying away from emotional affection, especially later on in life, not shying away from emotional intensity and even messy emotions. But I also think you guys will value, one of the values that you guys will have is just nobody makes you feel the way that you guys feel about each other. And I feel like with the Hierophant here, one of the values that you will have is not sticking to rigid societal roles and not sticking to rigid ideas of what a committed partnership is supposed to look like, but rather having a rigid idea of what your partnership will look like, what integrity looks like in your partnership, what is fair to the both of you, what is traditional. And I also think with this Hierophant here, I feel like both of you are willing to sacrifice emotional comfort or emotional validation or emotional connection if there is a greater purpose for it. I think that is something you guys will always choose, because there's also something about like the I'm hearing the ecstasy of reconnecting, where it's just like, yes, like, and then also like knowing you guys went out and like did the damn thing, like you did something amazing, you made something happen, and now you guys don't have to go through that, and maybe you've made it so that you can spend more time together, like for example going to school so that you can have a more consistent job or something like that. And I also think that there is just a mutual understanding of, at the end of the day, we love each other and we will treat each other with respect and kindness, and when we don't, we will take accountability for it and we will do what we need to rectify that. And also we will do what it takes to keep that a thing, to keep the kindness. Like, neither of you want to be in a situation where there's resentment or bitterness, or you guys are, you know, taking digs at one another all the time. You guys want things to be good. You guys want things to be loving, and you guys want to work on the relationship. And I think that is the biggest value, is that you guys want to be together, and you will want, you know, to work on things, and will honestly start eating those challenges for breakfast. And I also think you will value, it's like you guys might be traditional but completely non-traditional in other ways, and have these values that mutually align, and have like a structure. You know, the fact that we have dependable in your relationship dynamic, it's like, you know what you can expect from one another, and that's going to make navigating challenges easier. Because I do think that like one of the things is it's not necessarily challenges with each other, it's just challenges you have to face and be present when it brings you further apart from one another or things like that. But also I think both of you will be stubborn and headstrong in terms of, no, I choose you and there is no one else. Like, and I think that even if there is a time where you guys wonder if there is, that will be shown to you that there isn't, and you'll choose this over and over again. You guys are pillars of strength, and I think that you understand one another and on such a deep level in ways that nobody else can. And I think that there's a level of emotional expansion and maturity that comes from being together that you guys will both really value. And I think that you both will really empower one another's intuitive abilities as well. So now I want to see what about this relationship will be healing for you both. Yeah, Ace of Cups. Like, here's the thing. We've been talking a lot about like the darker aspects of this relationship, but we haven't talked about the sweetness. Like, there is a genuine sweetness to this connection where it just feels so good and so loving. And like, that is why the challenges will always be worth it, because of this renewed feeling of like, oh, we did it and we're together and it's good and we overcame this. And like, life with you is always sweeter. And I feel like what's really healing is there will be times before you two come together where you have relationships where things seem sweet and where things seem too good to be true, or where things just seem perfect. And then the rose-colored glasses are ripped off and you realize that person is manipulative, or that person wasn't true, or they were love bombing you or something like that. And with this person, you're going to realize, oh, genuine love does exist. And like, the ways that you feel loved, like, they're going to show that to you, and both of you. And I think what's really healing is that for the first time, for both of you, I think you are going to feel loved in a way that makes you feel loved. You know, you're not going to be with someone who doesn't want you to talk about your darker emotions because it makes them uncomfortable. You're going to be with someone who's like, oh yeah, I relate to that. Like, even talking about, you know, not wanting to be on this planet, like, that's not going to faze the other, because they're going to know exactly what you're talking about. And I don't think that, and I think that what's going to be really healing is that you guys have already been stretched in terms of seeing a lot of the darkness that Earth has to offer. But this relationship is meant to stretch you to see how much light you can truly have together, and like how many beautiful things you can experience, and how open are you to experiencing true love with each other, and experiencing that vulnerability and the sweetness of life. Like, there might be a part of you that really doesn't want to embrace it and accept it. And the healing thing is realizing, I can just enjoy this. I can enjoy, like, and also I think that there's a level of reclamation in what love is for me might be different than other people's, but that doesn't make it any more or less. And that in fact, the love that is for me is out there, and I see it with my person. And I think you will realize too, like, there is a never-ending well of love that you guys always return to. And like, even if, heaven forbid, something would happen and you guys would decide that you're better off friends than lovers, that would be because you love each other so much, and you know that this would work better that way. But I highly doubt that that would happen, because there's also a part of this connection where, nah, like, even if it's not vibe, like, even if it's not hitting the way it used to, we know we can stick it out until it hits even harder than it ever has before. And I would much rather be with you and things be disconnected or not where I want them to be, than be with someone else and have an easy time. Like, this is somebody who does not like, and I think one thing that will be challenging for both of you is just surrendering to the softness and sweetness that exists with each other. And I think the more you do that, the more it will just be easy to share yourselves emotionally. I think it'll be very healing, because like, you will realize there's value in all of your emotions. And also, I think that you will be more mushy-gushy. And it may not even be mushy-gushy like to other people, but it will be for you guys, because you're like, oh, I don't hate you. And they're going to be like, oh, I don't hate you too. Like, it kind of reminds me of like April and Andy from Parks and Rec, but there is no Andy, you're just two Aprils. And you show affection in ways that are like a bit different, but that's how you genuinely feel loved, and it's very beautiful. But also, I think another healing aspect of this is that you guys are really going to show each other a deep amount of love and reverence and respect. And I do feel like your relationship is going to go through powerful rebirths and powerful, like, enter new stages of love. And just, you guys, your love is like a painting that's always having new colors and new things added to it, and it just becomes more beautiful as time passes, because you have more things filled in, and it just becomes more layered and nuanced, and it's all beautiful and perfect. And part of what makes it perfect is that neither of you are perfect, but you're committed to one another. And I think that's one of the values that you will live by, is that when the going gets tough, we don't walk away. When the going gets tough, we lean on one another for strength, and we do whatever we need to do to protect the sanctity of our bond, the sanctity of our vows, and the sanctity of our feelings for one another. And whatever that is, we will do it, even if it scares us, even if it requires a little bit of pain, and sense of like, you know, if I have to say goodbye to you for 2 months so that you can go and do this big thing that would not only be great for our relationship, but will be fulfilling to you, I'm going to do that. And I'm going to deal with the pain of missing you, because I love you more than I want to be comfortable. That is the core of this relationship. If your relationship were a tagline, it would be, I love you more than I want to be comfortable. Beautiful. Okay. So now I want to see something special / unique about this partnership that Spirit wants to highlight. So what is that for pile 2, Spirit? What is something special / unique about this relationship? Okay, yeah, King of Swords. That makes a lot of sense. One thing that is really special and unique is the fact that you guys have a greater knowing and greater values that it's almost like your guys' intellect and your values and your beliefs and your communication, that is more solid and something you guys feel more comfortable in expressing than your emotions. And I feel like there's kind of this message from Spirit saying that's okay. Like, something really special about you guys is that you don't have to be like super lovey-dovey with each other. Like, a lot of the ways that you show love are more serious. They're more reserved. But it's not because like you don't love each other. It's because that's how you express your love, and that's actually what feels more comfortable. Like, your love is not a Hallmark movie. Your love is something that's not a Hallmark movie. But also, I think something special and unique is that there's so much wisdom, and also there's a level of intellectual respect, and you guys have a level of honesty that I think a lot of other people may not relate to, where it's like there's no such thing as being too honest with one another. And I think that there's actually a part of you guys where you will enjoy sometimes verbally sparring and having times of challenge with one another, where it's like not a literal challenge, but like maybe it could be, but I'm thinking of like circumstances where it's like, I feel like you guys could really enjoy debating one another, really enjoy the contrast in one another's mindsets, and also the things that you both see and agree on. Like there's, both of you need intellectual satisfaction, and both of you really enjoy the growth that this connection has. And I think that you guys will, like, one of the powerful things you're going to learn is communication. Like your communication skills are going to be on another level, and there are going to be levels of transparency between the two of you that other couples will find bewildering, and being like, oh, I can never tell my person this, I can never do that. And you guys are like, really? Like, that's a Tuesday for me. And I think also there's no discomfort around being vulnerable. Like you guys could talk about objectively like very horrifying and traumatic things you've experienced, just very like you know, just very bluntly, and the other person is not gonna be like, oh my god, like, and like, well, it's a natural human instinct to be like, oh my god, I'm so sorry, like I can't believe you went through that. Like you could talk about that and then make a joke, and the other person's gonna laugh and be like, same. And like that is more intimate and romantic and loving than like one of you going like, than one of you like talking to the other in like baby talk or something. You'd probably turn the other off by that. Maybe not, but you know, that's just an example. Like the way that you guys are intimate, and the way that you guys share and are comfortable receiving love, and that the way that love feels good to you, it is a bit more cerebral, and it is a bit more objective, or not objective, but like upfront and not really sugar coated. It's like you guys might not be the most romantic individuals in the world, but it's actually that is romantic. I guess it kind of makes me think of like Dwight and Angela, you know. And that's an excellent example of somewhat of a couple that had to come apart to come together, right? Like if they are the king and queen of swords, like for sure. And so I feel like it's like you guys have your own wavelength, and it works for you, and you feel understood and accepted. And I think one of the things that's unique is like there's a true match of minds and appreciation for each other's minds, appreciation for each other's struggles. And there is no level of like, oh, you need to heal this, or like you need to be softer, you need to be more gentle. It's like you guys can deal with intensity, and you guys are actually really comfortable in that. You guys would choose wild and free over comfortable and safe any day. And that's part of your love language, is being wild and free together. And yeah, I love it. I love to see it. And deep, profound levels of respect. And I feel like that's the thing, is like no matter how intense or challenging things might be between the two of you, there are just certain lines you would never ever cross. And like actually, you know, other couples who, for example, might not fight very often, but when they do, maybe they cross a line, or maybe they walk around things. You guys don't do that, and it cuts away a lot of the bullshit. Like you don't feel afraid to be truly honest with one another, and that brings you closer, and it also helps you avoid unnecessary clashes with each other. And there's a greater like you uphold the values and the ideas and the commitment that you made to each other over, well, I don't feel the way I did last year about them, so maybe they're not the one for me. Like that's not even a thought. It's like, no, I choose everything with my person because it isn't worth it. The sweetest relationship could not be sweet if it's not with them. Whew, I have a feeling this is going to be longer than pile ones, because I'm already like, whoa, I need to take a nap. But we're going to go ahead now and finish off with some guidance cards. So the first one is, what will being together teach you both about love? Yeah, that makes sense. Cooperation. In your quest to manifest the energy of love, you realize that every person and experience has value. So yeah, I definitely think that you both will realize, like, you know, there are mistakes that you'll make, and things that will happen, or people that you'll have to be with before you're with this person, and you'll realize like, oh, I had to have that experience in order to be who I am. And I also think that I feel like you both do have a stubborn streak, and both of you are more comfortable as individuals than you are in a couple. And so I feel like one of the languages of love will be realizing like, oh yeah, okay, it's okay to be wrong, or it's okay to have this challenge, like we can work together. I think working together and also realizing the synergy that you guys can have together and how you can create with one another will be really powerful. And I think that there's this idea of we won't walk away from one another, even if we need time apart, even if we need, you know, room to breathe. We'll always come back together, because man, I don't think you guys can get enough of each other, truthfully. It's like, sure, if you eat a lot of ice cream and you eat too much ice cream, you might need a break from ice cream, but that doesn't mean you stop loving ice cream. Even if you're lactose intolerant, you're just like, maybe I just need better boundaries with ice cream, and then we can love each other in a proper way. But next, I want to look at signs slash how you will know that this is the one for you. And wow, that actually makes a lot of sense. So number one, the number 9 could be really significant. You could see lots of 9s before you meet them, or as a sign that they're the one. With this broken heart card, I feel like one way you will know they're the one is you will have this feeling of, I would rather have my heart broken by this person 1,000,000 times over than be with someone who never would. Or the bond and like the feelings for them are so powerful, you're like, I am willing to open myself up to a broken heart just to have the experience of being with them. But I also think, and this is the most profound interpretation, is you both have experienced heartbreak and loss in the same ways. And it's like you guys fit together in a way where it's like, oh, we get one another in a way where not only can we be gentle with each other because we have similar sensitive spots, or we understand each other's sensitive spots, but also we don't handle each other with kid gloves. There's a real raw honesty, and we both understand what these things are like, and so we're able to have genuine compassion and grace for one another. And both of you, I think, will be very patient with one another and very understanding with one another. And I think the way that you will know that they're the one is oh wow, I can be loved just as I am, just as flawed as I am. And in fact, maybe there's someone who gets me better than I get myself, and maybe there's nothing wrong with me. Like, maybe we just get to heal together. Now, in terms of how you will know that they're the one for you, slash like signs you'll see for that, or if you're already together and you're manifesting something together, we have new moon in Aquarius, be open up to change. And I think that makes a lot of sense, because I feel like in order to bring this person in, you have to be open to doing things differently, or just be open to the possibility of doing things differently. Like, you know, if you're a very insular person and do everything on your own, you might need to be willing to open yourself up or go outside more. Although it is more possible to meet your lover on the couch, but also, you know, if you guys are trying to create more closeness, if you guys are already together, be open to changing your dynamic and doing different things. I definitely think whatever you're trying to create with them, or if you're trying to bring them into your life, be open to doing things differently. Don't be afraid to be creative. Don't be afraid to think outside the box, and don't be afraid to get out of the old routine. Do things new, even things that you can't change. Look at them in a new way. Do things in a new way, because even if you know who this person is and you guys are not together right now, part of you doing things differently could be some of the healing change necessary in order for you both to kind of ground this relationship more. Both of you have to be in a place of, there's almost like, I feel like you guys are both coming to this earth half-baked, in the sense of like being able to hold the energy of this relationship, and whatever experiences you have before you meet one another, or whatever experiences you have before you truly come together, are just cementing the sweetness that can be allowed when you both are willing to be vulnerable and open with one another, which I think you very much will be. But also realizing that like you're allowed to have sweetness, and that the sweetness just is a beautiful part of life, and you guys will savor it so truly and authentically. And you have to believe that sweetness exists. Not everything is doom and gloom. And even though you might be comfortable with that, and maybe sweetness and receiving are uncomfortable, that is part of the healing change that you need, as we saw with the Ace of Cups. But also, you both deserve that. You both deserve gentleness. You both deserve someone you can lay your head next to and on, and realize like, this person gets me, this person cherishes me, this person loves me. I don't have to be anything other than myself, and I don't have to be, and I'm not too wounded for love. I'm not too fucked up for love. I'm actually glad I am who I am, because otherwise we probably wouldn't have this love, and we wouldn't have each other, and we wouldn't connect the way they do, that you both do. So that's really beautiful. Finally, I'm gonna need a ground after this. We have some final guidance for your partnership with this person. And for that, we have milk and honey, which is speaking of sweetness. And I actually just want to read what the guidance says about the relationship card here. I feel like the guidance is surrender to the sweetness. Surrender to the idea that you know, these things can be beautiful, and surrender to the fact that you can have beautiful, sweet change, and that it's all worth it. And you know what's funny? It's like this reading has focused so much more on like the challenges and stuff like that, but that's also because that's what you guys focus on. That's what you guys think about, you know? I feel like I've been able to highlight that more because, you know, you see more of the darkness, and that's natural and understandable, but also I think that you're not like a huge part of this experience is the challenge of allowing it to be sweet. And just accepting that you deserve that, and that you don't have to push it away, you don't have to run from it, and that while it might be confronting, one of the most beautiful things in the world that you can ever do is be vulnerable and open with someone and say, hey, here I am, and experience how powerful it is to just be, hey, here I am, and they say, beautiful, I love you, like, and that, I think that will be so powerful for both of you. So the relationship message says sensuality, connection, and passionate romance between lovers. Like, that is what you guys will have. Sweet moments of understanding, lots of that. And love among friends and family are all here for you to savor now. Your heart's calling will be answered. So I feel like that was powerful confirmation for a lot of you. Let your thoughts and feelings be sweet with gratitude, and you'll be nourished with the honey of abundance. And that's the thing, is like, I feel like you guys will come back to this like, oh, there's nobody but you. It's been you. It's always been you. And you like, this love is beautiful because not only can you weather the storms, but you get to appreciate the rainbows afterwards. And you are each other's ride or die, truly each other's ride or die. And I think this relationship will be one where you get to push the boundaries rather than pushing the boundaries and seeing the limits of suffering. You get to push the boundaries and the limits of how blissful life can truly be and how good it can truly be. And will you allow yourself to have that and enjoy it? And I think as time goes on, you will more and more. So pile 2, I'm going to go ahead and move over to the extended now. Maybe after I take a nap, because whoo, there's a lot of energy here, and I'm sure this took me a hot minute. Yeah, an hour, but that's okay. It's actually only like 10 minutes more, and you guys are worth it. You're worth it all the time. But thank you guys so much for watching, and thank you so much for letting my ads play in the background, because that's one of the simplest and easiest ways to show support and appreciation for my channel. So thank you to everyone who does that. If you would like to support me in other ways, obviously the extended is a big way. You can like this video, comment down below, let me know how it resonates. You can subscribe if you haven't already. You can check out my social media, you can check out my merch, you can check out my candles. Be sure to use code ASO10. There might be an ASO15 right now. You can check out my other videos. And yeah, I think that's all I have. So thank you guys so much for watching and for letting me read for you. I hope you guys enjoyed this video, and I hope that it was everything you needed and more. I hope you all have a wonderful day or night whenever it is that you're watching this video, and I hope you'll come back and see me again soon. Bye! Hi there, pile 3. Welcome to your reading, and thank you so much for being here. If you guys chose the Rainbow Heart and the Gothmancy Tarot, this is going to be your reading all about your current or future spouse/life partner. If you'd like a full breakdown of the reading, there is one in the intro. If you have questions about this first part, if you get yourself, or if you get someone that you're like, ew, I don't want to marry them, pick a different group, unless you want to watch about yourself. If you're drawn to more than one, it's possible there could be potential options there. I go into that in the intro. I'll timestamp it so that you can look at that, but don't take it as if you get yourself that you're gonna marry yourself. It's just that you have good taste, and obviously you're going to be drawn to yourself because you're lovable, and who wouldn't want to marry you? So, and it's not out of the realm of possibility that your future spouse/life partner has excellent taste and could be watching this too. So with that being said, let's go ahead and start by looking at who this person is. So we have the father. Hearing that vine, you're just like your father. We have starfish, and we have the sun, Then these 3 cards are going to represent your overall partnership dynamic. So for that, we have reddening, we have boxer, upbeat, protective, and loyal, and I wish I could kiss you. Okay, oh, I already love this. I already love this. I love this for you. Whether this is you or those of you that picked this person, or those of you that were drawn to this reading, whether this is your spouse or you, you're a winner in life, because like these are good vibes. And if this is you, you should definitely pick another group, because you deserve to know who's lucky enough to marry you. So let's start with who this person is. Hella masculine energy. Now that doesn't mean that this person is a man. It doesn't matter what body they are in, they have a lot of masculine energy. This could be a woman with tons of masculine energy, they could be non-binary, like there's so many different possibilities here, but the one thing is the vibes that they bring to the table are quite masculine. This is someone who wants to provide, someone who wants to protect, someone who cares a lot about being a pillar for others, being someone that others can depend on, being a patriarch, or just in general the protector of those in their family or those around them. I will also say that this is someone who is quite attractive. They don't have to be conventionally physically attractive, though it is kind of highlighted here, especially with starfish. There's an alluring quality to them where a lot of people know them on the surface, but very few people truly know them on a deep level. You're gonna be one of those lucky people that does. I can't even wait to get into your relationship dynamic, but this is definitely someone who many people know of, but few know intimately. And I also think that this is someone who is really hard on themselves, if I'm being honest. They hold themselves to incredibly high standards. And I do feel at times they are unable to be all things at once, and that's very hard for them. One thing that this father card highlights in the guidebook is it talks about, you know, how the father is still just a man, or in your case, or in your spouse's case, man, woman, person, and they have flaws. So one of those flaws might be that they're not able to show up all the time like they would like to. Like, think of that classic archetype in 90s movies where all the kid wants is their dad to play with them, and the dad's too busy with work, and the whole arc is, oh, I should hang out with kid instead of work high-powered job. I feel like that's like all movies from like the 90s and early 2000s, kids movies at least. And I feel like that's probably something that your spouse will grapple with, because I do feel like they care a lot about their career, or they care a lot about their role in the family. And I actually think that family is a big key word here. It's quite likely that you will either, if it's possible, have children with this person in some way, or have like a greater home around you. So whether that's other family members, whether that is lots of animals, or there's like a caretaking aspect here where part of your partnership is about caring for others. And even if it is just a small family, I would be shocked if not at some point you guys are like fostering animals, or, you know, running like a plant sanctuary, or just something that is nurturing and caring. And I feel like that gives your future or current spouse a deep sense of purpose, you know, being able to protect and care for others, you especially. And with this sun card being here, I meant for this little card to kind of be indicative of how they are with you. And to see the sun here, I think is so beautiful. They're always going to be very warm with you. In fact, I think one of the things that will be really sweet is that people will notice the shift in your spouse, and before you guys even get together in that way, the shift in their energy when you walk into a room, like they light up. And I think that there is a great sense of warmth and a childlike playfulness between the two of you, where it doesn't really matter how old you get, you guys never really truly grow up. I also feel like this is someone who can connect to a lot of different people, and someone who everybody likes. Like, even if your person wouldn't describe themselves as like a very social person, when they do leave the house, there's always someone who's happy to see them. There's always someone who wants to strike up a conversation with them. They can make friends anywhere. And even if they don't necessarily want to, but I definitely get the vibe that they're too nice to shut down a conversation. Like, they could be exhausted and on an airplane and just want to put their headphones in and zone out, and the person next to them starts talking and they're geared up for a 2-hour conversation they didn't want, but they try to find the bright sides and things. I definitely feel like this person is someone who has been accused of like toxic positivity, which I would disagree with. I do think we're kind of grappling with that right now as a collective. But I do think there are times where, I guess, okay, maybe that is a fair accusation in the sense that if they are in denial, toxic positivity is toxic when it denies reality, when it suppresses, you know, unhelpful feelings, when it denies, you know, wounds or things going on, when it's delusional, right? And I do think that this person does have a tendency to try to pretend like everything's fine and to be a source of optimism, or just never let them see you sweat kind of person, where they want people to always think that everything's are okay. And especially if things are not okay, like if there was something, say for example, really stressful happening in your family, I do feel like this person would be someone who would almost kind of overcompensate and really try to make things more joyful or fun, because they don't want others to stress or worry. They definitely are somebody who likes to carry burdens on their own. And I actually think one challenge that you guys will deal with is that they might be the type of person to not keep things from you because they're hiding something from you, but not tell you the full extent of things because they don't want you to stress or worry when it's something. Now, if it was something serious that you needed to know about, they wouldn't hide that from you. But like, let's say for example, they're just a little bit stressed about what's going on at work. They're not going to tell you that until after they move through it, because they don't, number one, their time with you is precious and sacred, and we'll get into that. But you know the feeling when you get into a warm bath, or when you get into bed after a long day, like that is the feeling that they have with you. They don't want to bring work to bed. They don't want to bring stress to bed. They don't want to bring their stress into the bathtub. Like, they just want to be with you, and they just want to savor those moments because they are especially precious to them. I definitely think that they are fun and silly, and they like to be someone, number one, that lots of people can count on, but number two, you know, someone who tries not to take life too seriously. I feel like that's something that they will grapple with. There will be times where they get too stuck in seriousness, and I do feel like you will be a good influence in kind of helping them channel their goofy, fun nature. This is someone who wants to be a spouse and wants to be a parent, and if not a parent, then a caretaker in some way, or, you know, have a partnership where caretaking or just providing is a part of it. They definitely want to be a partner, and that is very important here. Like, they take that role very seriously, and they will not just accept anyone that comes along. I definitely feel like this is, number one, someone who takes things slow, and number two, someone who will not rush into things with you. I feel like they will be very cautious, and actually, if you've ever gotten guidance that the right person is going to come along after you move through a certain thing, or after, you know, a certain thing happens, I could see why, because let's get into your relationship dynamic. And now, that being said, let me just say, like, you don't have to be healed or perfect in order to have a relationship like this. You're just as lovable as you are. Sometimes there are just certain ways we need to grow, or certain ways our heart needs to be open. And that's a big thing here, is this relationship is passionate, very physically affectionate, and full of love. And there's almost like, it sounds weird to say, but like a blood pact between the two of you. Like, you guys are each other's ride or dies, and you guys are very passionate about one another. And in fact, one thing I was thinking about before I started, actually, I want to stop. Can you hear the rain? It's just like one of my favorite noises. And I was hearing the song "It Will Rain" by Bruno Mars. I cannot remember the lyrics at all, but they could have some relevance. But with that being said, the dynamic between the two of you really reminded me of Gomez and Morticia Addams. And I think it's kind of fitting because you guys chose the Gothmancy deck. And I think that's kind of one of the things about you guys is that you're very passionate and you care a lot about one another. And when you guys are apart, you are just desiring closeness with each other. The fact we have I wish I could kiss you here, I do feel like there will be times where, say for example, maybe your partner needs to travel for work. So you guys are sending each other messages, maybe some spicier ones. Oh, look at that, me extended. But you keep the passion going whether you're in physical proximity with one another or not. But believe me, when you are in physical proximity with one another, it's on. I feel like even when life gets busy and even when life gets crazy, sure, you may not have the energy to have an all-night rendezvous, but at the very least, like, you both cherish cuddling with one another, you know, just being in one another's presence, being close to each other, being able to smell the other, being able to touch the other, and just know that they're there and they're here. This card also talks about Kundalini, so there could be, you guys could experience some sort of like Kundalini awakening or just like powerful spiritual growth together that also leads to a lot of powerful physical evolution, physical growth. I mean, there's just a lot of love here, period. You guys share your hearts with one another and you protect each other's hearts. It's actually making me think, if you've ever watched old Real Housewives of New York, Alex and Simon, not to say that this relationship is like that because you only see a modicum of it on a TV show, but they seem to really, really love each other. And I remember the housewife on it, her name is Alex, she talks about when she got married to her husband, she said, "You have my heart now, please take care of it," or something like that. And they are still together till this day. And and that's not to say I'm an authority or know what's going on, but from what I've seen, they seem to really love each other and you know, embrace their uniqueness and quirkiness together. And I feel like, and it reminds me, and that kind of reminds me of you guys in the sense that you care for one another's hearts and you are each other's biggest advocates and on one another's team. And I do feel like if there is distance here, it will probably be work related or something to do with obligations. And that will just be something where, you know, you guys do cherish the time you have together. And even if it's not like traveling for work, maybe it's just the daily obligations of life, you know, if you have a family or something like that, where, you know, they're taking one kid to soccer and you're taking the other kid to piano, and so-and-so's got a doctor's appointment and I gotta go to the chiropractor, like, you know, just life happening. I feel like you guys will always prioritize time to be close. And even when you guys are at a distance from one another for whatever reason, I feel like that it is going to be effortless to be talking to one another throughout your days, sending each other little things like, "Oh, look what I saw this bird," or like texting an inside joke, or just saying like, "I can't wait to see you tonight." Like, I think that there's just something really sweet and affectionate, and that just doesn't change. And the fact that we have the boxer here with upbeat, protective, and loyal, like, they're protective over you for sure, but you're just as protective over them. And there's a mutual protectiveness over the relationship and mutual loyalty, which I think is huge and so important. I feel like actually both of you will probably have the tendency to hide when you're struggling because you, number one, want to just cherish the time you spend with one another, and number two, you don't want to burden the other. And I feel like there's going to be a lot of experiences where one of you is like, "Why didn't you tell me about this? Like, I could have supported you." And then, yeah, and then one of you is gonna be like, "Well, I'm sorry, like, I know you were going through a lot and I didn't want you to have to deal with it, and I knew I'd get it figured out, and so it was fine." Like, I think if anything, the biggest thing that will divide you are the things you're afraid to share out of protectiveness of the other. And then the other is frustrated that you didn't let them be there for you. And then it'll just bring you closer. I feel like you both also will, if one or both of you struggle with negative thoughts or just negative thinking or being overwhelmed, I feel like you both will be really good influences on the other, where you help the other see the bright side, not in a way that diminishes your experience, of course, but in a way that just reminds you that not everything is as doom and gloom, or as that, you know, there's an opposite side of the coin. I feel like it'll just be easier to be more positive around one another and easier to see the lighter things in life, because there's just so much love within and around you. And like, I feel like this is also the type of relationship that just, it doesn't really matter how you guys evolve, the warmth, the closeness, and the affection will always be there. And I feel like you always will be the best part of each other's day. And like, even if you guys have children, want that, have that experience, like once those children are moved on and you guys are empty nesters, like I feel like you guys are gonna have like a renaissance of sorts where you just get back to who you guys were before that happened. Or maybe, you know, you never got to have that experience together. You know, maybe you come together and both of you already, one or both of you already have kids, so it's like, you know, it's an opportunity to experience things just the two of you. And I mean, yeah, I'm hearing that song, like, just the two of us, we can make it if we try. I don't know what the lyrics are, so I could be making a fool of myself, but I'm okay with making a fool of myself in this group because that's actually a love language for you guys, being silly, being irreverent together. And there's a lot of passion, and I think what the world will see is a lot of affection, a lot of sweetness, and I do think there will be a lot of people that will say, like, I want what pile 3 and their spouse/life partner have. Like, I want that. And they'll be like, where's mine? Like, and you guys really won't have an answer because it is so unique and different for everyone, but you will have something, or do have something, that many people covet. And I think you guys will recognize that and cherish one another and be very protective of the relationship and of each other. Super beautiful. So I'm gonna get into the tarot now. And while I'm shuffling, I just did want to mention that we are doing an extended today. And they so far have been really, really interesting. We're looking at things like what's destined to happen next or first between the two of you. So if you haven't met them yet, what's destined to happen first? If you do know them, what's destined to happen next? We're gonna look at how they will know you're the one. We're gonna go to Spice Town. We're gonna look at things like how will they describe your physical connection? What will they always find irresistible about you? What fantasies or desires do or will they have? We're also going to look at things like what will their friends and family, like what will their opinion of you be? We're also going to look at what their favorite way to show you love will be. And also we'll look at a promise they will always keep. So it's a really good one. If you've never checked out an extended before, you should, because I work really hard on them. And if you like my chaos and and me not being censored, which, believe it or not, I do censor myself in these somewhat. Sometimes I say the C word too much and get demonetized, but usually I can hold it back. YouTube is a bunch of see you next Tuesdays for not allowing that. But anyway, that'll be linked down below. But if not, thanks for just being here, leaving a like, leaving a little comment, a subscribble if you want to. All that's super helpful, and I'm just grateful to even read about energies like this. And if you're already in this, feel free to share your experience and share it with others, because I do feel like there will be some people who will believe this is too good to be true, and I have to tell you that it's not. In fact, I think that you shouldn't settle for anything less. Okay, so we're gonna start by asking, what core values will you both live by? So what core values will pile 3 in their current or future? What did I say? Gomez and Morticia. I love being correct. I love being correct. And it just so happens I'm correct a lot. So I'm correct. I just love, sorry. I'm an Aries sun and a Virgo moon. I like being right. Okay, and I'm right a lot. And what the fuck did I say? Gomez and Morticia, bitch. Y'all right there. The value that you will live by first and foremost is family. Family comes first. And I do feel like in whatever capacity you will have a large family. Whether that is, I don't need to go into examples, but you get what I mean. You will live by protection of the family, protection of the home, protection of assets, protection of resources, and protection of just those under your care and each other. This is a real, like, we're caring for our legacy, we're caring for our descendants in practical ways, in affectionate ways. Like, your lives will revolve around maintenance of the family, maintenance of your relationship, and cultivating a safe space for the people under your care and for each other, and for anyone who may need to seek refuge with you guys. I feel like you guys will be focused on building a home that is comfortable, that is safe, that is filled with memories and filled with love. And another value that you will live by is loyalty. Well, two, loyalty and longevity. You guys are in it for life. Like, this is we're not, like, the thought of the D word or the thought of separation here is just kind of like, once you're in it, you're in it. And you know, it's obviously understandable that when you're in commitment like that, for some people that can be really overwhelming and can be challenging, but it's not for you guys. For you guys, it'll just be second nature, and it will just be, yeah, like, this is natural, this feels good. And there's just this feeling of, it just feels so good to be around one another, and your home will be filled with love, and it will be quite abundant. What y'all do, I'm not sure. There could be inheritance of some nature that helps with that, but like, I can see you guys planning for the future, you know, setting any children you have up for success, you know, cultivating an environment for them that is loving, that is safe, that is warm, that allows them to be who they are. You know, I'm thinking about like Wednesday's at that age where every little girl only thinks about one thing: boys, homicide. You know, like, I feel like this is, you will cultivate an environment where it is traditional in the sense of family values and what we would see as like the ideal family, but it is unique in the sense of it's real. And actually, I relate to this. My family and I often talk about the fact that we're kind of abnormal because we're kind of normal in the sense that there's not a lot of intense things going on behind closed doors. Like, what you see is pretty much what's there. It's a very unconditionally loving, and I'm very lucky to have my family. And whether you've had that experience or not, of experiencing unconditional love and experiencing, you know, closeness and just the warmth and hearth of the home and family, you will have it with this person. And I think for some of you, that'll be a very healing thing because it'll be quite different from what you experienced growing up. And for others, it will just be an extension of what you've already experienced, just even better than what you've experienced because it's tailored to the things that you learned throughout your upbringing. Because let's be real, no family is perfect, no parent is perfect, and even when they do their best, like, you know, sometimes there's just things that we need that are different. And so I think there's going to be a lot of accommodation and a lot of understanding, a lot of support and unconditional love and generosity, care, nurturing. Like, there's a place for everyone in your home. And if there's no room, you'll build another. You'll shack up with someone else. You'll make it happen. Like, you guys are the type of family that, and that's the thing too that I kind of notice is, instead of it just being about your partnership, it's also about your family. Like, and this is the most family oriented group that I have channeled so far. And I feel like it's just kind of integral to who you both are. Like, your family is just an extension of the love that exists between the two of you. And there's just a lot of love and a lot of acting on that love and taking action that reflects it and reaping the benefits of that. Absolutely beautiful. God, that actually freaked me out. I haven't used this deck in a hot minute, so that was cool. And I love being right. Like this, if you were not surprised that I was right. Also like this, if you're happy I was right. Okay, next I want to look at what aspect or how this partnership will be healing for both of you. So how will this partnership be healing for pile 3 and their current or future spouse, please? We have the 7 of Pentacles. So I feel like one healing aspect of this partnership is the fact that you won't give up on one another. I feel like both of you have had experiences of abandonment or betrayal and being judged on a version of you that's still a work in progress. Like, I'm getting the example of, let's say someone's doing your hair and they're only halfway done and you're like upset about it because it doesn't look right, but it's not done yet. I feel like both of you have this experience of being judged and people underestimating you and not believing in you and not trusting your vision or trusting the seeds that you're planting. And I think one healing aspect of this relationship is the fact that you see one another's potential and you believe in one another in a way where you don't need the other to be perfect or completely put together or a finished product. I feel like there's a healing aspect where you guys are coming together as you are when you meet one another, when you decide the time is right, when it feels good, when you feel ready. And you guys are patient with the process that leads to this beautiful hearth and home. And you already establish it early on. Like, once you guys are committed to each other, you're already going to start establishing that. And I think one healing thing about this is that even if you have fears, like what if the other decides to wake up one day and change direction, it's like your mind will not be strong enough to sway your heart. Like, your heart will be like, okay, but come on, like, yeah, right, that's gonna happen. Like, it's gonna be almost laughable. And I think that there's gonna be this patience and dedication to one another, where you work with one another, where you're patient with one another, where you don't have to walk on eggshells around one another, where, let's say you guys are in a conflict. If you're the type of person who needs time and space to process things and write them down, your partner's not gonna be like, no, we need to deal with this now. They're gonna be like, okay, I understand that. Please take your time. I will be right here. I'm gonna do X, Y, Z to process, and let's reconvene. Like, there's a real teamwork energy here, but also a trust in one another and excitement for the future, I think, in a way that you guys have never experienced. Where maybe you have experienced excitement for the future before, but it never truly grounded or panned out the way you thought. And I feel like one of the things that's really healing about this is the fact that you've got a true partner by your side who has the same vision, who is planting the same seeds, has the same intentions, and you can really work together. Teamwork makes the dream work. And, you know, one of the cool things that this reddening card talks about, it says to pay attention to how much red is in the spread. And I'm already just thinking about that. And so it's just like, there is love and passion from the beginning, but it's not like, it's not the type of passion that burns hot and fizzles out. It's the kind of enduring, it's a soft love, but it can burn red hot sometimes. It's gentle and it's sweet, but maybe when you're alone and the time is right, it can go to a little saucy and freaky. You know what I mean? Your relationship is a work in progress, and I think that it's like you're starting at 10 and then everything beyond that is 11, 12. Like, it's just better and better. And I think another healing aspect of this as well is the realization that you'll have that you are always worthy, and that, in fact, a lot of your past relationships or past experiences were not a failure or something that you were doing wrong or a reflection of what you were worthy of, but rather a realization that it was just a reflection of what that person was able to give and what you were unaware of at the time, and the lack of awareness at the time that you deserve better and that there was more, you know? I definitely think another healing aspect of this is just the gentleness and trust that exists between the two of you, and the ease at which things will unfold. Like, there won't be this pressure to hit certain milestones. Like, they will happen gradually. And I think another healing aspect about you guys as well is that you both will go through profound transformation before you come together. And I think that that will be something that you both relate to. And I think also, as you grow together, you will evolve and you will be one another's biggest cheerleaders. And there will not be well, I fell in love with this version of you and you're not that version of you anymore, so I'm out. Like, you guys are falling in love with each other's hearts. You're falling in love with each other's spirits. Like, your bodies and your minds are just beautiful complements to that. The foundation is deeper than that. And I feel like there's going to be many iterations of the both of you, and you're going to love each and every one of those. And I think that there's just this healing aspect where you're not worried about the passage of time. You're not worried about what the future holds or what the future brings, because both of you are doing everything you can in the present to secure your futures. And you also have a beautiful foundation of loyalty and trust that both of you are committed to maintaining. And so a lot of the what ifs, a lot of the worries that can lead to division, that can lead to disconnection, it just doesn't really happen here, because the minute that starts to be created, you either have the evidence to nip it in the bud immediately, or you deal with it together, or you have the tools and skills to say, okay, what is this really? Because I know realistically that they're my partner, and I have no reason not to trust what they've told me. This is a solid, solid, solid relationship. And I think one of the biggest things, like one of the most healing aspects of this partnership is the solidity of it, is the recognition of, you're not just gonna up and walk away. I'm not just gonna up and walk away. Like, we're here and we're in it. Like, true commitment in a way where it's not like, you guys will have a relationship built on a solid foundation of trust and values and a similar direction and investment in one another. It will not be based on fickle words or false promises or future faking. None of that will be there. You guys are each other's match, for sure. Okay, now I want to look at something unique / special about your partnership. I love it. The deep amount of love. I mean, the King of Cups, this is a selfless kind of love. This is the kind of love that is not all about, it's not about being loved. It's about the love that you have and the love that you share for one another, and the recognition that you guys aren't in it for what you give to one another. You guys are in it because of just how much you genuinely love each other. And I also think there's a profound emotional maturity between the two of you that isn't always present in relationships, where, like, for example, someone might be in a relationship because they love what the other person brings to the table, or they love how the other person treats them, or how the other person shows them love. And if that's revoked, that might create a lot of insecurity. It might create arguments, it might create division, or it might create a feeling of, well, maybe this isn't right. You guys put the partnership over your individual selves. And the thing is like, that doesn't turn into an unhealthy thing, because you guys are looking out for one another in a way where you won't let the other forget yourself. You know, if you're making a decision that isn't honoring to yourself, your partner's going to be the first person to call you out and be like, I know you want to do XYZ, but we talked about, you talked to me that you really wanted to do ABC. And I know that's kind of hard and that's a challenging decision, but you asked me to help you stick to this, so I'm going to encourage you to make the different choice. You know, do what you want, but I think if you want to reach your goal, this other choice is better. And I also think there will be times where, you know, you're not able to have as much closeness as you would like because of the many loves in your life. Maybe it's the love of business, the love of family, just a lot of responsibilities that are going on. And that won't change how much you love each other. It might change your ability to be intimate and change your ability to change how often you guys are able to connect in the ways that you like to. But even when that happens, there's no fear that the other is straying or fear that the other is unsatisfied. There's a recognition of, we have greater goals to achieve and we'll come together when we can. But, you know, like the love that you have for one another, it is solid, and it is something where you both have a profound sense of emotional maturity. Not a profound sense, you both are quite emotionally mature. And, you know, nitpicking or arguing or tit for tat or scorekeeping, that's not a factor here. There's a deep amount of love and respect and care for each other that you guys are just in one another's hearts so deeply and so truly. And I'm not even gonna lie, there might be people that really want to sabotage this relationship, in the sense of, like, let's say you're at a party and you guys are off talking to different people and there's been a couple drinks and someone comes up to you and starts hitting on you blatantly, or you see someone hitting on your partner. Like, neither of you are gonna be fazed by that, and actually probably quite uncomfortable, if anything. And I feel like that might be something where you guys just almost have to laugh at, like, wow, like, a lot of people out here must be really unsatisfied. Couldn't be us. And I think that there's just also a profound sense of emotional availability between the two of you, and a sense of, like, emotional nurturing between the two of you. And like I said, your hearts are truly safe with one another. And I feel like that will be something where you inspire emotional maturity in others. I feel like you guys will be people that others go to for relationship advice. And I think that you guys will be a couple that leads by example, where other couples might, if you, like, let's say you go on couples dates or some shit, there are going to be couples that leave going, we have some work to do, or that are really uncomfortable with the realization of like, oh, we don't have to be at each other's throats all the time, or oh, we've got some things to work on. You know, certain people might be under the belief that all relationships are like that, and your relationship is one where you realize like, no, it can be gentle, it can be soft, it can be understanding. And like I said, that doesn't mean you never argue or that you never have challenges, but I feel like you guys handle them in very mature ways, and in ways where it is both of you against the problem, not you two against each other. I think that you always come first in each other's, the both of you come first in one another's hearts and minds, and there's a deep level of consideration for the other, and a deep level of respect, admiration, and just love. And I think that this is the type of relationship where your love just grows deeper over time, and the physical reality becomes an extension of that love. The house that you build, the memories in it, the pictures you have, the humans and animals and plants and creatures in it, you know, the many spots at the holiday table, the trips that you go on, the things that you're able to do for, you know, your children or for causes you care about. Like, you guys will truly be you guys will be earth angels together, and you probably are on an individual level already, but there's a true meeting of the hearts here, where you guys are not going to make selfish decisions because you want to, because there's be like, well, I couldn't hurt my person. Like, and if one of you hurt the other, believe me, it wouldn't happen again, and they would feel horrible about it because it wouldn't be intentional. So with that being said, let's go ahead now and finish off with guidance. But for this guidance portion, I wanted to ask specific questions for each card. So the first question is, what will being together teach you both about love? And for that, we have purpose. You possess the determination and dedication to consciously demonstrate love. Like, yeah, I mean, I think that this love is going to, oh my gosh, look at how similar that is to the half side of the Father card. This relationship will give you a newfound sense of purpose, and in a way where you've already had these purposes in life, but you have purposes of coming together. You have greater reasons for achieving certain things, for moving towards certain goals. And I also think that there's just a level of, when things get tough, having the other to lean on, having what you've cultivated together to fall back on, it just reminds you why you should keep going. It's like you guys are a refuge from the harshness of the world, from the scary things, and it motivates you to make the world a little bit lighter and a little bit more loving, so that the world can experience a bit of the beautiful, beautiful love that you guys have cultivated at home and together. Next, I want to look at how you will know it's them / signs you'll see. Okay, well, this is beautiful. And this actually makes sense. So if you resonate with having more feminine energy, I feel like this is a beautiful sign that like you will attract this person, or you'll know it's them when you are put into a more feminine energy. So like, for example, maybe around a lot of past romantic partners, you've ended up in a masculine energy, and maybe that's not an energy you want to be in, where you feel like you have to be taking on a leadership role, you have to be protecting, you have to be providing, when you truly want to be maybe the more receptive partner, maybe the less proactive one. And in a lot of ways, like, these roles can be shifted, and they can be embodied in different ways. But number one, 222 could be significant. Something significant could happen on like February 2nd or the 22nd of a month. 22 could be significant, or 222. I mean, 222 is a powerful sign of partnership. But also, yin, 2 is the number of the High Priestess in tarot, at least the Rider-Waite. And I feel like you'll just know. And my mom has always talked about this. Like, she says, like, when you know, you know. And I genuinely believe that. And I think that if you feel like you don't know, then you probably don't know, because when you know, you'll do. Like, you'll have a powerful intuitive hit. And I think one sign that you will know it's them is you will feel safe enough to be softer and more receptive and open, and not feel like you have to control everything or know exactly what's going to happen. Like, you can trust them to take the lead, or you can trust them to, they make you feel safe enough to just soften and relax. And the colors, blue and yellow, could be significant. And then also, the yin yang sign could be significant. You could see that somewhere, or the letter Y. Okay, now I want to ask what you can do to manifest them, or if you're already with them, what can you do to manifest a goal that you guys are working on? Ha! So for that, we have first quarter moon in Taurus, release control. And that's the hardest thing, is like, especially if you feel this and you know this is out there for you, but you just want to know when and how, and you want to make sure you don't miss it. You're not going to miss it. My sweet baby prince or princess, or gender neutral little monarch, you are not going to miss them. You are meant to be on one another's paths. And the idea that you could miss them, or that this couldn't happen, the only way that could is if you believe in it so hard that you make it real. And you and I both know you don't believe in that. Your heart, you're still here because your heart is on fire, and your heart is like, yes, this is it. I know this. Or if you're manifesting something else, there's a need to release control in terms of how it happens. The seeds have already been planted here. It's a matter of just trusting and walking your path. You don't need to have it all figured out. And that's one of the challenges with stuff like this, is it can be very insightful and very helpful, but it can also give you the idea that you have to be on the ball, or that if you don't know something, that you'll miss something. You're not going to miss this. You could literally miss meeting this person 20 times. The universe is going to make sure on the 21st time you make it right, or the 22nd time. It's going to happen. Relax. Like, peace and love, relax. Because the biggest thing that is in your way right now is the belief that you won't have it, which is making it harder for you to take authentic action and just releasing the need to know how and when. Because no matter what, it's going to happen. It's not a matter of if, it is a matter of when. And obviously, it can be very exciting. But for some of you, you might be younger. There might be a few years before this happens. I'm not saying that that's the case, but you could meet them at 18, which you should at least be if you were watching this. If you are younger than that, I'm going to need you to take a step back and focus on growing. If you want to watch the self-love readings, fine, but do not hold on to relationship readings right now. Let's not do that, okay? Release control of how this happens, and release the need to always know, because it's going to unfold in the perfect time, in the perfect way. And if you tried to make it all happen yourself, it'll just take longer. It's like taking an unnecessary shortcut that ends up being way longer when the universe has you on a direct path anyway. I know you might be frustrated. I know you might be impatient, but good things like this sometimes take time. And you guys have Pentacles here. Pentacles are one of the slowest moving, it is the slowest moving element in the deck, but it is the most solid. So just know that it may not happen. You may not meet this person, or the goal that you have may not manifest as quickly as you would like it to, but it's a sure thing, and it's coming, and it will happen. And whatever you do in the meantime, don't worry about it, because if it's authentic and it feels good and it's aligned with you, then that's what you should be doing. And when it's time for this to come together, or when it's time for this goal to ground, it will, in the perfect time, in the perfect way. All you got to do is occupy your mind and learn to be more patient with peace and love. I know that's hard, but patience is a virtue, and I promise you it'll be worth it. Don't feel like you're running out of time. There's no such thing as that. Perfect time, perfect way. It is unfolding in the perfect time and in the perfect way. You tell yourself that. When you get impatient, tell yourself that. And do something that makes your heart feel full. That'll help. Okay, finally, I want to look at some final guidance about your partnership with this person. Yeah, we have deep knowing. I'm telling you, you can trust your intuition here, but I'll go ahead and read what the book says just so that you can get some extra assurance. You know, you will know. And I feel like a lot of what I'm saying you already know. There are occasions when you just know. See what I say? When you know, you know. That's the second time I was correct. And actually, there's probably a lot more times I've been correct in this reading. You just haven't had the opportunity to see it yet in the physical. There are occasions when you just know deep in your heart and soul that a person is going to play a meaningful role in your life. Someone crosses your path and suddenly, out of the blue, you're connected at a level impossible to describe. That feeling marks a moment in time etched indelibly onto your soul. Someone has entered your life who will be instrumental in your journey, or someone will. So pay attention. Two hearts are calling to each other to begin an alchemical process. This is also a sign that your intuition is correct about the person. Your intuition about the person you care about is correct. Trust your heart to lead you now. Magic is about to happen. Now, for example, when I said your intuition was correct, if you were thinking about a person and they do not consider your feelings, they make false promises or don't follow through on their word, and they have never grown or changed from that or ever done anything different, your intuition might be saying, hey, maybe this isn't the person we need to be giving our time and energy to right now. Maybe they need to grow and evolve before they come through. Because let's be real, people are capable of change, but they have to want to do it on their own. But maybe you already know who this person is, and this is just confirmation of that. It should be if you're resonating with it, but don't force something that does not embody this, because you might be missing out on, well, like I said, you can't miss it. But notice I didn't talk much about what your history is with this person. So your history could be different, but the biggest thing is that when you come together, they are just as committed as you are. There is no shadiness. There is no lack of reciprocity. There is no trying to force something to make it happen. There is no you doing all the work. This is mutual. This is a relationship. There is no work here. There is no force here. So if that is a factor, that is something you need to consider. Make sure your head's not overriding your heart, because your heart will always tell you the truth. So pile 3, I'm going to head over to the extended now, but if you're leaving me here, thank you guys so much for watching, and thank you so much for letting my ads play in the background. That is one of the simplest and easiest ways to show support and appreciation for my channel. I heard that YouTube Premium is bringing ads back. That's really messed up, so I'm so sorry to those of you that have bought Premium. I have it, but I'm just like not on YouTube anymore because social media is bad for my mind. I've got a lot of good videos to catch up on. I have so many lovely creators that I need to catch up on, but thank you guys for letting those play in the background while you do something else, because it's super supportive and helpful for me, and it allows me to not have to take sponsorships and stuff like that, even though I might in the future. I just haven't. If you'd like to support me in other ways, liking the video, comment down below, let me know how it resonates. You can subscribe if you haven't already. You can click that little notification bell to be notified whenever I upload a new reading. You can check out my merch. You can check out my social media. You can check out my other videos. Extendeds are super helpful, but that's all I have for you guys. So thank you so much for watching and for letting me read for you. I really hope you guys enjoyed this video. I hope you all have a wonderful day or night whenever it is that you're watching this, and I hope you'll come back and see me again soon. Bye! Hi there, pile 4. Welcome to your reading, and thank you so much for being here. If you guys chose the Angelite Heart and the Dive Tarot, this is going to be your reading all about your current or future spouse / life partners. So if you want a full breakdown of the reading, there is one in the intro per usual. If you get yourself, that does not mean you're marrying yourself. I guess unless you wanted to, but if you get yourself, you can just choose another group unless you want to listen about yourself. It's not out of the realm of possibility that your current or future spouse also has excellent taste in pairs of talking hands on the internet. But also, if the person and the type of relationship I'm talking about, you're like, ew, no, I don't want to have a marriage or a long-term partnership with that person and experience, then choose another group, because no one will ever force you to do that. Got it? Cool, good. Okay, so let's go ahead and start by looking at who this person is. So to start, we have Kairos, we have Eagle, and we have the World, And these 3 cards are going to represent the overall relationship dynamic between the two of you. And so for that, we have Virgin's Milk. Oh, you guys are virgins. I'm just kidding. It's not what that means, but we also have Pug, Docile, Delightful, and Silly. And we have You Look Better Than Sunshine. Oh, okay. Bear with me, because there's definitely going to be a level of... I really can't get through reading without a Shrek reference, can I? Your person definitely has layers, and the energies that are coming through are a bit broader. So if there are aspects that I'm talking about where they don't quite make sense yet, it could be because you haven't experienced this with them yet, or because you haven't met them yet, so it doesn't like quite fit. But the one message that I'm getting first and foremost is that pay attention to energy and pay attention to sensation and senses, period, when it comes to this person, because that will give you an idea of who this is. Starting with that, who your current or future spouse is someone that completely shifts how you understand time and space. Like, we all know the phrase time flies when you're having fun, or if you don't, now you do. This is different from that. This is like time dissolves. I can kind of equate it to if you've ever done psychedelics and how like time is kind of weird when you're on them, but this is not, you are sober and experiencing this. Also not condoning anything like that, but do what makes you happy. This is an experience where time melts, and at the same time, it skips forward, it moves back. Like, time becomes this, rather than an unmovable force that you're chained to, it becomes this transient and malleable thing that you're not quite in control of. But there's this magical element created. Like, there's something about, it's like one of you is the outlet, the other is the socket, and when you plug in together, you make light. And I think you could be both the outlet and the socket in different ways. There's just something magical about the energy when you're together, where space and time melts. And like the whole world can disappear, but also, you know, an entire night can feel like 5 minutes. Everything feels so good. And there's also just this like alignment and tons of synchronicity. And what these synchronicities are will be different for all of you. But one thing that I'm hearing about this person is that once you meet them, or once you understand that this is them, a lot of signs that you saw in the past that didn't quite make sense, a lot of feelings and intuitive hits that you had in the past that didn't make sense, a lot of things will start to make sense. They could have blue eyes or very piercing eyes. One thing that I can say about this person is that the only thing that they are loyal to, on a personal level, not on a relationship level, is the truth. This is someone who is not loyal to any parties, loyal to any cause. They are loyal to nothing but the truth, and they hate misinformation. I bet they love the internet. They hate misinformation. They hate biased takes. They hate, like, this is someone who knows how to like recognize straw man arguments and conjecture. And like, this is somebody who has an excellent grasp of one or more languages. This is somebody who is super cerebral and super intelligent. I bet they are really witty and you will really enjoy talking to them, but there's a fierceness to them, a ferociousness, a ferocity to them that has not come to them naturally. It's come through very intense and powerful transformations. There's a regal nature to them, and we have to talk about the fact that there is an eagle here. my country's bird. So they could be American. They could bleed red, white, and blue. These colors don't run. And neither does this person from a challenge. They don't need to be American, but they definitely embody the ideals of the bald eagle. It's regal, it's a predator, it's fierce, but what a majestic being, what a beautiful sight, and also just a powerful creature. Your person is quite powerful, and they have a strong mixture of physical strength and spiritual strength. And that physical strength doesn't have to be literal. It could just be like perseverance and the strength to keep going in the physical dimension. Especially because I definitely think that this person, their energy is quite androgynous. They embody feminine and masculine energies. They embody both of them and have a decent balance of them. I would say out in the world, they probably embody more masculine energy. That doesn't mean this person is a man. They very well could be, but it just seems like when they are out in the world, they tend to be more in their masculine energy, taking action. They're definitely a leader, whether they consciously recognize themselves as one or not. They're bold, they stand up for themselves, and they kind of have this like, fuck it, we ball mentality, because they have fallen so many times, they've failed so many times, and they've gotten back up and gotten stronger. I also feel like this is someone who has a very strong mind, and that can kind of work against them. And if you don't know this person yet, one thing that they will talk about is the fact that their views of the world, how they see the world, has changed a lot over time. They are not the person that they were a year ago. They're not the person that they were 5 years ago. And there's kind of this unquenchable thirst for evolution, personal understanding, and growth. I do think that spirituality will be something that both of you connect on. And when you meet them, that may not be the case. How you guys come together and when, I don't know when that happens. I think it's unique and different for each and every one of you. For some of you, it could take some time for you two to come together. And for others, it could be something where it happens quite naturally and pretty quickly. But one thing I will say is that this is someone who expands your worldview. I think of is it Wendy's that has the quote, like, where's the beef? Like, this person needs depth and substance to truly connect with someone, and I think you're like that too. And I forgot to mention as well, if a lot of what I'm describing sounds like you, but these are also things that you would like in a partner, and you like what comes through in the relationship part, then this could just be indicative of mirroring elements. Because the fact that we have the World card here, I definitely think that they will expand your worldview, but also validate beliefs and ideas that you already have yourself. Let's be real, there's a lot of noise and bullshit in the world right now. There's a lot of wanting to affirm one's viewpoint, and there's a lot, I don't know about you, but the word truth actually just like upsets me, because the amount of times that people use it in statements that are just blatantly false or made up or are from a source that is obviously fake. The lack of media literacy in today's age really crushes my spirit. Probably does yours too. The three of us could bond over that, I do think. But you guys are each other's saving grace in that sense of like, oh, you're such a breath of fresh air. I do feel like this person has really striking features. It sounds weird, but they could have like a more angular head. They could be bald, or they could just be someone with like long arms. And that doesn't mean they're tall. I'm short and have long arms. The fingertip rule screwed me over in school. I don't know about the rest of y'all. But also, there's somebody who is pretty easy to get along with. They're not somebody who deliberately looks for arguments. They're not somebody who's trying to ever be antagonistic. But this person will be silent and judge you in their head if you're saying some stupid shit or you sound ignorant. I like this person. They could be from a different country or culture than you. The fact that we have the World card here, you could meet this person, like they could be at a distance from you, or like I said, they could be someone that really expands your worldview and expands how you see your world and what's possible. Because one thing that I think you both will be kind of in for a surprise for about is when it comes to connecting with each other, there's a, like, what you thought about the world and what you saw as the truth, you can kiss it goodbye. But it's liberating and magical, and it makes you realize that there's so much more possible than you could have ever thought. If you want to read a book that could give you kind of that feeling, Autobiography of a Yogi by Paramahansa Yogananda is a really magical and special book. Excellent too if you want to develop your vocabulary. I don't know why I'm feeling really called to recommend that book to you. But there's just a feeling of you guys are just kindred spirits. And I think both of you have kind of a guarded exterior. And you guys get to be soft with each other in a way that you're not soft with people often. I'm hearing the phrase, inside every cynic is a disappointed idealist. And I think both of you have that. I think both of you probably came into this world pretty sensitive and open and just wanting to see the best in people, wanting to see the best in humanity, believing in the best of people. And time and the third dimension and human bullshit inevitably kind of erodes that, and we, receive conditioning and just receive the realities of having nerve endings and physical pain and suffering and loss and heartache and just all of the fun things that come with being human that are powerful forces of growth, but that leave one a little bit wary and hesitant of being open to life in the same ways you were when you were younger. You guys are going to have that experience with each other where you might be a little bit guarded at first, but you're slowly but surely going to kind of let those walls down with each other and realize, like, oh, I can be myself with you. And I would not be shocked if this person loves to travel, or they're well-traveled, if they know more than one language, or they want to. This is definitely somebody who doesn't just care about, like, for example, if they're American, they're not patriotic to the point of delusion. In fact, I think as an American, it's kind of hard to be patriotic, but and even the idea, what's the truth behind patriotism? Is it blind loyalty to a system, or is it pride? I don't know. Look at me. I'm like thinking of, this is what they do. They dissect concepts, and they really think about them, and they analyze themselves incessantly, which is fun and fascinating, but also kind of hard in terms of seeing themselves correctly, because they are quite critical of themselves. I bet you can relate to that. So one cool thing about your relationship dynamic is that you guys will see one another in the light, and the true light that you guys have, that you're unable to see yourselves because your light is muddled by your own criticisms, your wounds, your own judgments of yourself. And there's just this beautiful energy here where you and them, it's kind of like you and them against the world, but it's not against the world. It's like you and them in the world trying to enact change that you can feel proud of. And I feel like that the change you're enacting is more on an individual level. I wouldn't be shocked if both of you have careers you're quite passionate about, or causes that you dedicate a lot of time to. It seems like your time together is precious and cherished. And actually, going into your relationship dynamic, it's very precious and very sweet. It's quite, it's like you both have this fierceness and this powerful nature, and you might not see yourself as fierce and powerful, and maybe this person shows that more outwardly, but you have it. I think you're just maybe more afraid to channel it. Maybe that's something that they'll inspire in you, where you'll be less afraid to stand up for yourself, stand up for others, or just be okay with disagreeing with someone, or calling out something that you feel isn't truth or isn't aligned with you. Being comfortable with disagreeing with someone, and being comfortable with the discomfort that comes from telling someone else, no, actually, I don't see things that way. and not needing to be understood by them, but just saying it for the sake of, here's my diverging opinion and here's why I think this, and you don't have to agree, but I'm just sharing my truth. Like, that is going to be something you guys do a lot, just like talking about the world, talking about how you see things, and nothing is off the table in terms of changing your mind, in terms of growing. You guys are never coming from a place of I'm right, I'm correct. It's, here's how I'm seeing things, how are you seeing things? Like, I wouldn't be shocked if both of you have Gemini or Virgo placements in some way. There just seems to be this very like, or Aquarius. Libra is highlighted as well because we do have the air signs here. And we also have the fixed signs, which would be Leo, Scorpio, Taurus, and Aquarius, which we already said. But don't get attached to signs because this person could have none of those signs and it could still 100% be them. So your relationship, while you guys have this fierceness and these passionate takes and these beautiful, incredible, powerful minds that are sometimes your own worst enemies, your relationship, oh my God. Oh, like I feel myself blushing. Like my face is actually hot right now. It is sweetness, like sweetness in a way where both of you might be like, ew, that's cringe. So you do it in secret. But at the same time, it's not something that's forced. And actually, I think one thing that this relationship will do is make you both a lot softer, not in a way where it's wrong that you're not this soft, but rather to settle into softness that both of you have. You just haven't really had the opportunity to tap into because neither of you have ever felt safe enough to do that, or at least felt safe enough to do that in a really long time and trusted someone enough with that softness. Because if you ever did channel that softness with, you know, another romantic interest or something like that, it seems like they took advantage of that and mistook that softness for weakness. And there might have been like a never again. It makes me think of that meme of like that blob that's in a box and he like steps out of the box and then he gets punched and then he goes back in the box and then he's like never again. I hate that meme because it kind of like, I get it, it's super relatable and that's how you feel, but I think you should only take the safety of the box until you're ready to try again and be open. And I think that this relationship for both of you is really going to be something where it is totally new for the both of you to be so trusting and soft with another person, even though you don't know what's next or where things are headed. And this card also talks about a naivete. I definitely feel like this relationship, when you come into it, there's going to be like a really intense honeymoon period. And that's not to say that that won't continue into time, but I do think in the beginning of the relationship, there will be a little bit of not really like skirting around things that you could deal with, like small things, or kind of avoiding things that need to be talked about. Like, let's say, for example, you're feeling insecure or you want to have a conversation about something and you're kind of nervous about how they're going to take it. And it might be something completely innocent, but you're just afraid to assert yourself. Like, this is kind of the vibes of, what do you want for dinner? I don't know. What do you want? I don't know. What do you want? Well, I guess we'll both starve. Wait, and maybe deep down, both of you actually want the same thing, but you're just too afraid to say it. So I feel like it will take time for you both to be more assertive with each other, not in a way where you're trying to dominate the other or have your way, but rather to just realize that it's okay to speak up for what you want. I think both of you have had experiences where you've been bulldozed or shamed for just having normal human wants, needs, and desires. And so there will be this little bit of skirting around what you truly want because you're trying to be what you think the other needs. And that might lead to some miscommunication, and some misunderstandings, but that's what will kind of rip off that veneer and actually bring you both truly closer. And actually, I feel like that will incite an actual true honeymoon period because you'll be like, oh, I didn't have to do this. I didn't have to hide this. I didn't have to soften this. But what will exist in the beginning of your relationship and continue is just the fun and joy that you have being around one another, and also the way that you both absolutely hype one another up. you guys are going to give one another the credit y'all both deserve in terms of just admiring each other's minds, admiring each other's appearances, admiring each other's outfits, admiring each other's character qualities, admiring each other's acts of service. I definitely feel like both of you are going to be uncomfortable with receiving and very happy with giving. We can kind of look at that on the internet, but I mean that in a lot of ways. Like, I feel like you both will be more than happy to do things for one another. You'll be more than happy to extend yourselves, but it might be uncomfortable to be on the receiving end of that. You might feel like, oh, well, they took me to work and back, so I better cook them dinner. I feel like it's going to take some time for you to settle into the reality that you guys are not doing things for each other out of expectation that the other do it, but rather just because you care about one another and you love each other and you want to spend time with each other and you want to be giving. And it makes sense in your mind because you're like, well, yeah, of course I want to do that, but I can't believe that someone else would want to do it. And no wonder you're popping up so much in this. I would definitely say this group is showing a lot of mirroring. If it's in you, it's in them too, boo. Like, if they want to do that from the purity of their heart, guess what? If you want to do that from the purity of your heart, they do too. I also feel like there could just be a level of not wanting to rock the boat in any way. And the thing is like, rocking the boat is like, I actually don't want to eat out tonight or something like that. And maybe in the past that was a problem for someone with emotional issues who wasn't kind to you. And I think there's going to be an unlearning where you guys are like, oh, I've never been in a truly healthy relationship before with another person who's as genuine as I am. That's going to take some time because you both have definitely learned how to mask your true feelings and your true desires in order to appease others because you learned that was love. And so there's going to be an unlearning where you realize not only is that not loving to yourself, but it's not loving to your partner because then they don't know what you actually need because they want to give you what you need and they can't give you what you need if you don't know what you actually need. So there's a real unlearning that you'll be experiencing together. And I feel like you guys are really going to make light of a lot of challenging things from your past where you guys can laugh about it together, not in a way that minimizes what you went through, but in a way where it just doesn't feel as heavy because the other person understands and because you can find anything funny in life. And humor is one of the best ways to cope with challenging things. And I think that there is a purity in both of your actions towards one another that it will take a minute for the both of you to be like, oh, there's no ulterior motive here. They're just doing it because they want to. And I think what will help you remember that is you're doing things because you want to. They're doing them because they want to too. This is mutually aligned and both of you do genuinely care about one another. I think there's going to be a level of freakiness around how similar some of your past experiences are, though the semantics might be different, how right and true and real things are going to feel. Like, this is really going to feel like for the both of you, I didn't think that this actually existed. I didn't think that this could actually happen. Like, I always dreamed of something like this, but I didn't think it was really real. And I kind of convinced myself I wasn't real. And now you're here and now this is happening. And oh my God, am I worthy of this? I don't want to mess this up. And I hope you guys have the strength to communicate that in the moment because you both might carry those fears for quite a while before you address them. But it's going to be such a relief when both of you learn that it is safe to open up and it's safe to be real with one another. And I feel like it's just going to bring so much more joy. Like, the hardest part of your relationship is going to be in the beginning when you're unlearning people-pleasing patterns, when you're unlearning self-protective mechanisms to stay safe in relationships. Well, to stay safe in unhealthy relationships where you guys realize like, oh, people can just be true and people can just be authentic. And this is your authentic, true match where it's kind of like the antithesis of, you know how cheaters always accuse other people of cheating because they're cheating? It's like you can finally trust that someone genuinely does feel the same way as you because you have those same intentions and they're mirrored back to you genuinely and authentically. I think that you guys are just going to love being around one another. Life is going to be an adventure to explore. I feel like both of you are going to, your horizons are going to expand so much. Maybe you'll play Animal Crossing New Horizons together. I could just see you guys having, like, taking up each other's hobbies and activities. Even if they are so far from what you would find interesting, the other person makes them interesting. And even if it's not your favorite thing to do, you still love it because you guys get to be with one another. This relationship brings a lot of light into your life in ways where you really have to confront the reality of where you don't feel like you deserve it. Because that is what's going to be the hardest thing, is just standing in the magnitude of the love that you guys will develop for each other. And I think truthfully we'll kind of have from a very early period, but just we'll probably wait a bit to say it out of fear of, you know, freaking the other person out, where, oh, this is real and this is true. Can I accept this? Can I receive this? And can I acknowledge that I deserve it? And I think you will, because there's a nourishing quality to this connection and this relationship where you feel seen, you feel heard, you feel like spending time with one another, your energy is restored. Even if you are a mega introvert and you're like, I always feel drained around other people, not this person. And actually, you might heal some social wounds where you learn to be less drained by being around other people. You guys are definitely going to be doing a lot of healing together. And I don't think a lot of it is conscious. I think more of it is just learning to let your guard down and realize that not all people are unsafe, and that some people do have genuine intentions, and you are worthy of love just as you are. You are lovable, and you don't have to be some smaller, fractured version of yourself in order to receive love, because that's not love, that's control. And I think both of you are going to be very hyper aware of not wanting to control the other or enforce your will on one another. And that's going to be as innocent as, oh, I don't want to say what I want for dinner because what if they want something else and then they feel pressured to do. It's actually very sweet, the amount of consideration you have with one another. And I think one of the most cathartic experiences will be when you finally realize you can put the mask down and you can be real and you can be honest with one another, and you're not going to be offended. You're not going to blow up at something small. You're not going to take behavior that has nothing to do with you personally. And I think one of the biggest areas for growth will just be honest communication and realizing it's okay to communicate. You know, when you're an individual who is healthy and does not jump to conclusions and does not make assumptions about what someone else is thinking or feeling, is not taking like other people's feelings and experiences personally. Like, I feel like you guys are going to realize, oh, communication actually works when it's with someone who's healthy enough to like actually engage in the conversation. Because communication is not just someone talking at you or you talking to a void that doesn't listen to you, that just says what you want to hear and then does the same old thing. This is a beautiful new experience for the both of you, and it's going to be kind of nerve-wracking and scary and weird, but very beautiful, very liberating, and also just very healing. And I'm so excited for you. This is the type of relationship you always knew in your heart existed and you always dreamed of having, but you maybe have convinced yourself over time that maybe it isn't real, or maybe it isn't true, or maybe that person isn't out there. Don't you dare give up on that. And if you're already with this person, please feel free to sound off in the comments, because I think that those that haven't met this person yet or who are not with this person yet could use a little bit of encouragement. One thing I will say though is that if you feel like you know who this person is already but you guys are not together, it is quite possible that there are some important transformations you need to go through before things come together. And if that's the case, you will know, because when you first met them, they will be nothing like the person they were when you first met them. Even though there might be core energies that are the same, they will definitely be more mature, more evolved, and more transparent and forthcoming with you than they were in the past. They will also be more stable, more grounded. They will be different. So if you have someone in mind, but whenever they come back around, it's the same old, it's not this person. At least not right now. Anyway, while I'm shuffling, if you are interested, we are, oh, look at this world card. How sweet. We do have an extended, which will be linked down below. I must say the extendeds have been quite good. I really like the questions we're looking at. We're looking at, for example, like what's destined to happen between you and them when you first meet, Or next, if you already know them, we're gonna look at how they'll know you're the one, what their favorite way to show you love will be. We're also gonna look at some spicy questions like how would they describe your physical connection, or how will they? What will always be irresistible about you? What fantasies or desires do they have or will they have? We're also gonna like completely switch gears and look at what their friends and family, what their opinion of you will be overall. And we're gonna look at a promise to you that they will always keep, which has been so precious so far. And so if you never checked one out, definitely feel free to do so. I'm a lot more unhinged and ranty and sometimes overshare. So if you're interested in that, feel free to check that out. We have a lot of fun over there. You can see nipples uncensored, which truthfully should be, you deserve to see them here, but our corporate overlords can't see that. Anyway, if not, just grateful you're here, grateful to share space with you, grateful to read for you. And you know, if that's not, if you still want to support me but don't have a financial way, which is completely understandable, especially in this economy, just liking the video, letting the ads play in the background, leaving me a comment or a subscribe, all super helpful ways to show your support. And anything is everything, so don't ever feel like a comment is not enough, a like is not enough. That is more than enough. And thank you so much. Even if it's just as simple as sending me love, I'll send you some back. Thank you. Okay, so we're gonna start by looking at what core values will you both live by in your partnership. So Spirit, what values will Pile 4 and their partner, current or future partner, long-term spouse, yada yada yada, what values will they live by in their partnership? This is beautiful. Actually, I feel called to pull another card. What values will they live by? You guys will live by personal development. You guys will live by the value of, number one, putting in the work. And the work, quote unquote, will be easy because you guys have already done so much work on yourselves. Like when you come together with this person, you will be someone where you are like, I am not who I once was. I am not the person that I still judge myself and think myself to be. You guys, and honestly, I think your values will change over time as well. One of the things that will be most important is putting in steady effort with one another, and also maintaining healthy boundaries so that you both can achieve your individual goals. I also think, though, you guys will be the type of couple that will, number one, really enjoy manifesting together, because you guys will be powerful manifestors. There's already a lot of spiritual energy around you. But what is manifesting other than intention plus action and plus faith? You guys will have all three of those. Yeah, I mean, and the values of your relationship will be intention, action, and faith. Faith in one another, setting intentions together, and taking action to honor those and stay in alignment with them. I also feel like both of you will be very open communication will be a big value, especially with the Magician card being here. Actually, the Magician is connected to the signs of Gemini and Virgo, which is what I was feeling and thinking about earlier. So communication and open communication, honest communication will be a big component of your relationship. And I also think that you guys will find that one of your favorite forms of intimacy is just deep conversations, learning about each other's minds, each other's thought processes, having silly conversations, intense conversations. Like, I feel like you guys could talk about the most random things for hours, and that is a form of intimacy and closeness that is going to be really special, I think, for both of you, especially because I would be willing to bet in the past you guys have been shut down about those topics and you know, treated as like, oh, this is annoying or this is too much. Like, you guys are not too much or too annoying for one another. And there's also this greater idea that you both have of neither of you will ever stop trying to be a better version of yourself and to be the best partner that you can be. And I feel like actually one of the hard things is that both of you will be harder on yourselves than you will be on each other. And there will be times where you really want the other to kind of chill out and be like, hey, you know, you don't have to run 10 miles today. Like, you can stay in bed. Like, we've worked out so hard every other day. And they're like, no, well, I should at least run 5. And you guys might have to make compromises, but there's just this beautiful teamwork makes the dream work. I feel like that's what you guys are doing together. And the one thing I will say, oh, I just got such a big rush in my heart when I heard this in my head, but you guys are going to be absolutely blown away at what you're able to achieve together. Not only because you believe in it, but because you have the same focus, you have the support of one another and the visions of one another, the direction of each other, the encouragement. You guys are going to make things happen. And that ties back into this timing thing I was talking about. Things that would have taken you years to do on your own happen in the span of weeks or months with this person. I'm telling you, like, being with this person, it could further both of your career goals in ways that you could never imagine. It could lead you to answers that would have taken you years to find otherwise. There's something very magical about your relationship. Is like a master key that opens doors you would have been led to anyway, but opens them faster and sooner. And also, those doors lead to doors that you couldn't have accessed without them. It's like all these pathways that were not accessible to you as a singular unit become available to you together. You guys are going to do some really cool stuff in this life. And one of the things I will say is that I think that you guys will be a powerful form of social change in one way or another. And I don't know how that will be. I don't know if that's individually or together. Definitely your support will be integral in it, but you guys will live by the values you already have. You will have similar values when you come together, but I definitely think as time goes on, like, for example, you know, one of your early intentions might just to be to go with the flow and see how things are working and to just kind of be as open and communicative as possible. And then after a little bit of time, it's like, okay, our intention is to be super honest with one another, even if it makes us uncomfortable. Our intention is to talk about when we're feeling uncomfortable or when we want to put up a wall, because that's where the most growth is. Now our intention is to set up this goal together and hold one another accountable. Like, you guys are going to have a lot of different goals, and your values, I think some are going to stay the same and some are going to evolve based on where you're at in life, but nobody is slacking in this relationship. You guys both do the heavy lifting, and the cool thing is that when you're doing it together, it doesn't really seem that heavy. It just seems like life and living it. It's almost second nature. So I love that I have this question. How will this partnership be healing for both of you? So we've kind of already looked at that, but let's see what comes through. How will this partnership be healing for pile 4 and their, one of the most healing things that is going to occur between the two of you is that you're going to regain your power. Not only in terms of just like your own personal power, but feeling comfortable to use it in the world around you. Not only that, but reclaiming control over your boundaries, over your self-worth, over what you will and won't accept, and also recognizing what is in your control and what isn't in your control so that you can make healthier decisions. I also feel like one thing that you guys will be healing is unhealthy or domineering structures that you both were held to in the past, whether it was in relationships or in your home life. You guys are going to be creating healthy structures that are not only supportive and nourishing to you as individuals, but also support the relationship. And I feel like one thing you'll realize is, oh wow, I was with really controlling people, or I didn't realize that I had more power in this situation, or I really let this person make me believe that I wasn't powerful or that I couldn't do things. And I really think for both of you, there's going to be a healing in terms of personal power. And also realizing the power that comes from just being authentic, being vulnerable, and being willing to open up your heart and your life and your mind and your body and your spirit to someone who you really, really love and care about. I feel like both of you are going to feel more confident in yourselves when you go out in the world. I feel like both of you are going to hold your heads a little bit higher. Both of you are going to believe in yourselves more. And both of you are going to treat each other with the love and respect that you were always deserving of. And I think what you both are going to realize is, oh, I was capable. I was always capable. I was just with people who were interested in making me believe that I wasn't, and interested in keeping me down rather than flourishing. I think one thing you're going to realize is that there were people that disempower, like, you both have experiences of people disempowering you or trying to take your power away or dissuade you from it because they were afraid of your power. It's like, I'm going to control you and put you down before you do that to me. And I feel like there's a real power couple energy here where neither of you is trying to step on the other's toes. Neither of you is trying to be in control of the other, but rather you both are focused on your own sovereignty and the synergy you create together, and how you have control over both of those things as individuals, and how you have control over the structure of the relationship, and how that can change, how communication can empower both of you, and how truth, that magic word, can be a source of power for the both of you, and a realization of, oh, when I'm with someone who respects the truth more than the beliefs they're attached to, that's the type of person I'm supposed to be with. They hated Jesus because he told the truth, and nobody was radder or cooler or more loving, right? I feel like there will be this really healing realization where you both like have this gradual unlearning of shame or guilt that you have about yourself, about speaking your mind, standing up for yourself and others, where you truly realize, like, oh, there was never anything wrong with me. I was just with some insecure little whiny piss babies that couldn't stand my power and my light. Huh. I think it's going to be really empowering, and I think there's going to be a lot that you guys are going to let go of. And I was about to apologize for calling your past partners piss babies, but they don't. But I'm not going to apologize, because they could change that if they wanted to, if they did the work that you and your person have done. But it sounds like they have not. We can pray for them and hope they heal. But until then, they're giving piss baby energy. Okay, so now I want to see what is something unique or special about this partnership that the universe / spirit wants to highlight. So what is something unique / special about this partnership for Pile, for and their current or future spouse / partner? We have the Two of Swords. So this is really interesting. Can you clarify this? I just want to make sure I'm on the right path. Yeah. Love to see it. One thing that's really unique about this partnership is that you guys have very similar ways of thinking. Maybe not in all areas of life, but at the very least in terms of emotions, relationships, and how you share your heart. Both of you will be able to validate one another's emotions and actually be able to cut through each other's overthinking tendencies and mental noise to get to the root and the heart of what's going on. Like, you guys are powerful communicators, and it's because you guys are listening to one another rather than trying to tell the other person what's happening. And that's what good communication is all about, is listening. And you know that because you're so good at listening to me, as I tell you. But there is a powerful ability to face fear head on together, and to not take it personally when one of you does something that confuses the other or makes the other feel nervous or uncertain. You guys have the ability to heal a lot of mental patterning together and rebalance those strong, powerful minds of yours to support and nourish what you're creating, and to be a powerful servant to what you're manifesting, to how you create into what you want to make happen into the world, rather than controlling you or ruling you. I feel like both of you have an uncanny ability to say what the other person needs to hear. And maybe that's something that'll come in time as you get to know each other more deeply. But I really just think that one of the things that is so special about the both of you is the way that you're able to read one another, and the way that you are able to kind of intuit what the other person needs to hear without necessarily realizing it. And you know why you're going to be good at that is because you're going to be speaking from your heart. And sometimes speaking from your heart is going to be, my head is telling me this, my heart is telling me this, I'm overwhelmed and I'm afraid, but I need you to listen to me. I need you to face this with me. I need you to tell me what reality is. I need you to see me and tell me I'm okay. There's a lot of emotional maturity that I think you guys will have had as individuals before you are in a committed relationship. But I think once you're in a committed relationship, there's really going to be a greater test of, okay, has that emotional maturity cemented? Can you allow your heart to overcome your mind and just be more vulnerable and open? And whether you can or you can't, it's okay, because it will just be opportunities for learning and growing. It will not be some detrimental thing that completely derails the relationship. It could be cause for miscommunication, maybe an argument, maybe some misunderstandings, but all that's doing is leading to more understanding and a greater idea and understanding of one another, so that should a situation like that arise, not only will you both have the tools to maybe handle it differently, but you'll also be able to recognize it in each other. So when, let's say, for example, one of you gets overwhelmed, the other can see it from a mile away and say, okay, right now they don't need to hear what we still need to work on. Maybe they just need to hear that I love them and ask them how they're doing. Like, you guys will have this ability to just really, you really won't have to ask for what you need very often with one another, because without even realizing it, it's like you're just putting yourself in each other's shoes and saying, well, what I need in this situation? And more often than not, it's what the other person needs. And if it isn't, you're going to learn to communicate that, and it's just going to be noted. And in the future, you'll know a better way to support one another. And I just think this is beautiful. I love this. I love this for you guys. I love you guys. Like, it is hard to have big, powerful brains like yours, but just know that it's so worth it when you have someone else that has a big, powerful brain, because then you realize, like, oh, I am not alone. And this is actually a cool thing when I'm able to use it with someone else and get it under control. So we're going to go ahead and finish off with guidance, but I have specific questions for your guidance. So we're going to start by looking at, what will being together teach you both about love? And for that, we have tolerance. You appreciate other points of view because you sense the love in everyone. So I think that this is big, and this is a lot less about tolerating each other and more about tolerating a lot of what we talked about earlier. And by that, I mean the fuckery of human consciousness and human behavior and human systems. I feel like you guys are going to be a little bit more patient with the massive inadequacies of human life and society in ways where you're more gentle and less, and I relate to this. Like, listen, you're in good company right now, because I get this. Like, just the absolute stress and frustration that comes from seeing things be so ineffective, and also just seeing people run with misinformation or believe things so blatantly, or given to fear so easily. And we can't really be mad at it, because we all have a tendency to do that. None of us are immune to propaganda or, things that aren't the truth. But the difference is that some of us are committed to at least figuring that out, and others do not care. They are more interested in a narrative or the belief that they're attached to. And I think one of the things that you both will come to learn is that sometimes the most loving thing you can do is accept that humans just be on their bullshit. And if they want to be ignorant, all right, do it over there. And just learn to be less emotionally attached to that reality, because it's not worth the stress and frustration it brings. But also I think that your tolerance for vulnerability and tolerance for speaking up and speaking your mind with each other and sharing things and just being more open, like that will get better and that will get easier. And I also think things that you could have been especially sensitive to or couldn't see from a clear perspective before, you will be able to and be less emotionally reactive. And notice I said less. That doesn't mean you don't have to be. The truth should piss you off sometimes. Now, what we do with that anger is important, but it's still okay to have the feeling. Next, I want to look at how you will know that this is them, or signs you will see when you're around them, which we do have synchronicities and stuff like that. And for that, we have envy. And here's the thing, I don't think that this is like envy of each other. I'm getting kind of a couple things. Number one, you will know this is them when you want for nothing. Like if you're with them, like it's like that popular song that from way back in the day that's like, when I'm with you, there's no place I'd rather be, with the girl on her little moped or something. She's singing in the music video. You will know this person is them because you will see more fullness in your own life and more fullness in what life has to offer, what being a human on planet Earth has to offer when you're around them, and what can be created. I also feel like this could also be speaking to maybe before you meet them or before you come together with them. You shift from a place of lack to a place of abundance where you realize like, oh, there is someone out there for me like that. I feel like all of this will come together when you're not trying to make it happen, but rather when you're admiring how full your life is and realizing that you're not being kept from the beautiful experiences you dream about in your heart, but realizing life's just setting things up and getting you ready to make it happen. Nothing is ever excluded from you. And I also think that this person will embody qualities and character traits or even physical traits that you've always dreamed about having in a partner, maybe from even the time you were young, or dreamed about experiencing, or always, there's going to be this feeling of it just feels right. It just feels authentic and it doesn't feel forced. It's like the difference between trying to cram a puzzle piece into a slot that doesn't fit and finding that perfect puzzle piece. And you'll know when you're not forcing it. Like there is just this experience of, wow, I don't have to force this. Also, life could just feel brighter around them. Maybe you could see sun imagery. The number 20 could be significant, the 20th of a day. Maybe you are wearing lots of dark clothes when you meet them. Black and gold could be significant colors. And maybe when you first meet them, maybe you'll be like kind of jealous of them or something like that, because you'll be like, oh, maybe they won't like me, or I'm not good enough for them. Or I think that you both will have qualities that the other wants, and maybe you'll be afraid that you're not good enough. But I think that there's going to be this real profound shift with this person where you're like, when you're with them, you don't wish you were anywhere else. You don't need for anything, want for anything. You're completely content and feeling grateful. And I feel like that's going to be really profound for you, because I don't think, because in your previous relationships and your previous experiences, there was always, I wish they would do this, I wish there was that, and kind of hoping on and kind of focusing on what you hope will happen in the future, instead of being aware of what's happening in the present, how your needs aren't being met. And that's really going to be the big difference is, and when you're with your person, there's a level of presence where you're not even thinking about the future, because the present is so satisfying that you just have faith about whatever is going to happen in the future is meant to be, and it's going to be okay. Beautiful. Okay, now I want to look at how you can bring this person in, how you can manifest them in if you haven't met them yet, or if you're not with them yet, or if you are with them, what you both can do to manifest a goal you've already been working on. So for that, it's push through any insecurity. So I definitely think that there's a need for you to realize like that you're worth it. Put yourself out there in ways that maybe you haven't. You know, if there's any callings in your heart to try something new, do something differently, or even just share yourself with this person, especially if you already know who they are. If it comes from your heart, don't regret it. Don't be attached to how it's responded to. Because truthfully, if this is the one, I think that if anything, it's going to be disarming and lead to a lot more open, heartfelt communication. You're more intuitive than you realize. I just think you both have very similar fears about being rejected or misunderstood or laughed at or something like that. But if you have a joint manifestation you're both working on, I definitely think you're being encouraged to look at where you may still be holding back, or like for example, maybe you guys are trying to write a proposal for something and you guys keep working on it and re-editing it and never truly sending it because you think it still needs work, when in reality it was great 10 drafts ago. You don't need to be perfect. You just need to come from your heart and try. Your heart is the most powerful tool in your manifestation toolkit, and it is the magnet that brings the blessings you're looking for, the manifestations you've set out into the world. And I think that there's just a real need for you to realize like your voice matters, you are worth it, you matter. And in whatever ways the universe is asking you to step up right now, and it can have nothing to do with love, at least in your mind, at least from your conscious perspective, you have no idea how it could be connected and how it could shift things energetically or bring about a sequence of events that brings this person faster and closer. And that's the one thing I will say with this person is that this card, the Kairos card literally talks about divine timing. But what I need you to understand is that divine timing is not solid or like a date in the calendar. It's created by our actions or lack thereof. So this person could come to you in a week or 5 years, depending on when you both are in the energy to make it happen. And obviously you can't control this person, but I feel like both of you are really like yin and yang in the sense of one of you does, the other does, whether you're in one another's lives or not. It makes me think of this movie I watched recently called The Fall Guy, which is actually a pretty good movie. I think it was on Peacock. Ryan Gosling's in it, as well as Emily Blunt. And there's like this split scene, like they're like love interests in the movie, and there's like this split scene where they're both having like the exact same mannerisms and doing the exact same things, even though they're in separate places. And I feel like that's kind of like you guys, like without even realizing it. You may not even know each other yet, and you're operating the same, doing the same things. But also watch that movie. It's a really good movie, and it's really sweet. And there's not a whole lot of movies, I feel like modern movies, where I'm like, oh, that was actually really good. And that one I did enjoy. Maybe you might too. But finally, we're going to finish off with some final guidance about this relationship. And for that, we have All That Glitters. And so I love that there's masks here, because this is further encouragement of do not try to be the person you think you need to be with this person. Be who you are. Like that is what's going to lead to genuine love, genuine connection, genuine growth. And I feel like the longer both of you keep your masks on, the more room for confusion, and the longer it'll take for you just to have that true vulnerability and authenticity that both of you are actually really craving. You're just afraid to open up to because of what might happen or the uncertainties around it. But also I feel like this is encouragement as well to not compare yourself to other people's relationships or what you see out in the world. You know, you are not running out of time. You are not late. You are not too early. Like you are exactly where you're meant to be. And also you could look at certain relationships and think like, oh, like if I wish I could have that, like they're so lucky. And you may have no idea, like it may be nothing like how they portray it. I think there's an important reminder here to catch yourself when you are wishing that you had someone else's life or wishing that you had the same thing as someone else, because what you see is not necessarily the reality of what's there. Oftentimes it's not, and it's certainly not, even if it's a modicum of what's there, it's certainly not the full picture. It's important for you to remember that what's right for you may not be right for a lot of other people, and what you need can't be forced. It's something that has to flow. And you might idealize, oh, I just wish I could find them and I wish things could happen now, or I wish we could just get here and I wish that we could just figure things out. But everything's going to flow perfectly. You really don't have to stress. You really don't have to put pressure on yourself. And when you find yourself really yearning for this person, or yearning for you guys to experience something together, it's important to remember, well, maybe it isn't as great as I see it. You know, like, for example, maybe you see like this couple traveling and you're like, oh, I wish that could be us, but we have to work. And it's like, the reality is, you know, maybe their full-time job is traveling, and a lot of the time it really sucks, and they argue a lot and they never feel settled, and every trip has to be content, so they don't really get to enjoy themselves. And truthfully, they don't even really feel that connected anymore, but they feel pressure to maintain it because it's become a career venture. Like, you just never know. And really what you could be craving with your person is just a sense of adventure. And maybe you could have that by just doing a little road trip, or, you know, walking home a different way. One of the core things about your relationship is it's not about what you're doing. It's not about where you are. It's about being together and how good that feels, and what you learn about yourselves and what you unlearn together that just brings you closer. So pile 4, I'm going to go ahead and move over to the extended. Definitely check that out because it's going to be really good and we're going to have a lot of fun. But if not, if you're leaving me here, thank you guys so much for watching, and thank you so much for letting my ads play in the background. That is one of the simplest and easiest ways to show support and appreciation for my channel, so thank you to everyone who does that. If you'd like to support me in other ways, you can like this video, you can comment down below, let me know how it resonates. You can subscribe if you haven't already, and click that little notification bell to be notified whenever I upload a new reading. You can check out my merch, you can check out my social media. You can like, comment, subscribe. You can check out my candles. Be sure to use code ASO10 for 10% off. And yeah, I think that's all I have of other videos. So thank you guys so much for watching and for letting me read for you. I love you guys so much. I hope you all have a wonderful day or night whenever it is that you're watching this video, and I hope you'll come back and see me again soon. Bye!